When you're weary, feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down. When you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness comes and pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down. Sail on, silver girl, sail on by. Your time has come to shine. All your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. Oh, if you need a friend, I'm sailing right behind, like a bridge over troubled water, I will ease your mind, a bridge over troubled water, I will ease your
Hi everyone, we're back again. It's been quite a while, but anyway, thank you for being here, and thank you, Shirley, for joining me. We had a last-minute scramble to get here, so I apologize. It's usually 3:30, but I didn't want to keep you waiting, so I made it 3:45. So anyway, that video I put together for someone very special. And without them, I wouldn't be here. So that's for them. But anyway, we'll carry on with today. And what I wanted to base it on really was something that I think a lot of people, I'd really like to know the views of a lot of you as to whether or not you feel the parents are involved, whether they're complicit, or whether you really absolutely question that and maybe think she was abducted. So I'm really curious about that, because that is what I really need to base this these lives on. You know, according to what you want, what you would like to see, and what you would like to find out and confirm. So, first of all, thank you so much for being here. We've had a busy time in the true crime channels. We've had a major disruptor who is also responsible for making money off Maddie, something that all of the Maddie community do not agree with. None of us have ever made a penny from Maddie. In 13 years, I certainly haven't, and I know others haven't. And somebody came along and started making money. I was not happy about that. And he's been making a lot of money. I'm not going to mention names. Everybody in the community knows who it is. But today it looks like he may be going down soon. So thankfully, Maddie and also other victims that he's gained financially from will no longer have to put up with, or their family will no longer have to put up with him. So I just wanted to put that aside and let you know that's why I didn't even advertise this live, because I know that so many people are just involved in what's happening right now. So we'll just have a few here, but thank you so much. And thank you to the mods. I could actually see who's there. Is Hannah and Happy Thoughts and Shirley, of course, and Claire. And have I missed any? Shirley, you have to help me on this one. But also to the members, Helene O'Cleary, Jacqueline Watt, Mad Cat Lady, J4MM, and our Jenny. Good old Jenny. I'm sorry I wasn't around much for your live the other night. Armchair Detective, enough is enough. But I was watching.
And
so,
Lizzie,
yeah,
you missed Carrie. I think you're
I
gonna
haven't
probably
got. Oh,
yeah, you're gonna probably hear about that one for a long time. I was
yeah,
waiting.
but I got Hannah, didn't I?
You did. You got Hannah. So she's gonna switch out Hannah for one of us every week, right? That's okay.
Oh,
Just make
dear.
sure you get Hannah in there. Hannah deserves it at this point.
Well, I would have remembered her right now because I can see she's letting me know.
Oh, and then Carrie jumps in. I'm here too. Yeah, I
Yeah, I
wouldn't
know.
switch
What
in.
would I do without Kerry? I tell you, honestly, for everybody here, let me tell you that without Shirley and without Kerry, I I don't know what I'd do.
You would forget a lot of people.
Oh, I not only forget them, I'm just clueless on so much stuff, and I'm pretty hopeless at a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
But
No,
the
we
thing
forgive you. It's all good. But yeah, we want to make sure that Carrie gets acknowledged because Carrie's man,
absolutely,
she's
oh golly,
awesome.
absolutely, no question on that. That's a given. Michael Dean, Holly Smith. I'm seeing names I haven't seen before. Oh, maybe Michael Dean. Message. Oh, retracted. Excuse me. So, and Rob Donegan. No, hang on. Let me get my specs in place here. Rob Goy. de Goyam. Okay. So I should have cleaned my specs before I came on, shouldn't I? I mean, this is just not good. But we did we did do a kind of, although I knew I was going to do it, this we've been so involved with everything. It was a last minute thing. I mean, a minute before we went live, I still didn't know what we were really going to do today. But anyway, that's okay. I just really am happy that you're here, and I'm happy to listen to your questions, listen to your thoughts, and maybe a little later if somebody wants to come up. It's Maddie needs recognition for what happened. And in my opinion, if the parents are complicit, then they know where Maddie is. And if they know where Maddie is, why isn't it known? I've always felt, well, I know why it's not known, because they don't want to give up the location. But I've always felt and hoped that my one hope is that one day Maddie will be found in whichever form it is, and her family, the rest of the family, can grieve and have closure, and the world can basically grieve for Maddie once it's known. But right now, we're 13 years into it, and Maddie hasn't been found, and the denial that she's even dead is really, I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I just really think that that's so wrong, that a child could have died 13 years ago and yet hasn't been recognized as that. But that's just my thoughts, and it's based on what the police have found. This isn't based on what I think. It's not a speculation. I go by the police files, which basically tell me that. And to not recognize a child's death is just wrong. Absolutely wrong. So now, what well, let's say, before I go on, I want to thank and mention Chris and Kim. Now, they have given me inspiration. That is why I'm here. And to be honest, you wouldn't have to put up with me if it wasn't for them. I have followed Maddie for 13 years. And when I realized how much they have encouraged me, and I just want to thank them. So now, what do you think, Shirley? Should we go over something, or should we start by looking at some of the questions?
I think you should go over some stuff first.
Okay. So now I have to think, what shall we go over?
Well, there was so far. So one question in the chat, and first off, just to let you know, Kim is in the chat, so she heard that. Okay, so
And
Lizzie, why do you think
you're why I'm here, Kim? You're why I'm here.
Yeah. Okay.
Good or bad? Good or bad? You're why I'm here.
So yeah, so if you fall on your face, you get to blame her. If it's no, I'm just kidding. Okay,
Yeah.
so Spring Daisy asked Lizzie, why do you think her extended family don't know the real story?
I think because they've been brainwashed the same way that the majority of the media and everybody else has been brainwashed. You might, I guess, for people that know, I won't say people that know about psychology, but I just said it, so that's wrong. But when you look at human behavior, the and I think it was Joseph Goebbels who originated the thought that the more you tell somebody something, the more they're going to believe it. And right from the very, very moment that Maddie went missing, they were claiming abduction. They were claiming the shutters were gemmed. Regarding the shutters, that soon changed when everybody realized the shutters weren't gemmed. But the abduction and that mantra of she was abducted started from the very beginning. And the majority of people believed it. I personally wasn't I didn't hear about it at the very, very start. But the majority of people believed it. And I think after then, it's not a matter of logic when somebody says to somebody, well, there's this and this reason why it's not true. Because if you've started to believe it from the start, your defenses are there to justify your believing it. You don't want anybody to question your belief. It's not that you wouldn't have believed it from the start. I know what I'm trying to say. Do you know what I'm trying to say, Shirley? You tend to defend your first belief.
Yes. Sorry.
Even if you slightly question it, you'll defend it, because otherwise it makes you look, or you may feel that you look silly for not seeing it in the first place. So you defend it. And that's why I believe the brainwashing that Jerry accomplished from the very beginning. So his family would believe what they claim. Now, 13 years later, we really don't know if the family believe them or whether they've chosen to learn differently from seeing everything, because by golly, there's a lot. I just feel so sad that their children, at the age they are now, which would be about 13, something like that, would be 15, sorry. It just hurts me to think that they would hear what we know. I don't know, maybe it's best that they don't know.
One thing that I was thinking about, because when this was talked about before, was, they're your parents, depending on what kind of relationship they have with their parents and the kids. I'm talking about the kids. You're going to believe your parents. And
absolutely. And you know what? In a way you should. In this case, I think I'd rather them believe the parents. I don't know. I haven't thought that out, but I know that Sean did come onto social media at one point. I'm not sure that he made it known about how he felt about the situation. It was actually, I think he was around when Stephen Birch was exposing him. I really can't remember the details, but I remember feeling sad that they were getting exposure. And I kind of hope that they believe their parents. I mean, it's not on us to wish that they'd find out the truth. So, and I presume, I would think the rest of the family are maybe kind of know, but don't know. So they'll go, yeah, they're protecting themselves. So,
it could also be, especially with friends and family, the what am I trying to say? Like a learned ignorance. Maybe they choose not to. They don't want to know the truth, because they know that it would rip everybody apart if they did. That for the family. So they choose not to accept certain pieces of information that go against what they believe.
Yeah, and I get that. And this isn't about trying to convince the family of what we believe. That's not all right. But certainly in this world, as we've learnt today, prior to today, with this issue that we've been working on for 2 years, of trying to prevent manipulation that's created because somebody wants to do the Joseph Goebbels thing and just keep reiterating the same mantra, and people believe it and fall into that trap. They're made to believe that something exists when it doesn't exist. And this is what Jerry planned. And I know, I say I know, I can't know, but did you notice that the moment she was abducted, even the police were questioning the fact that she was abducted. They questioned it. And he continued with that mantra, because the more he said it, he knew that people would start believing it. The more it's said, the more it's believed. And it was successful. The only thing that they didn't stop, they stopped all of the media. They interfered with the media totally and made them follow their rules, that unless you if you speak negatively about them, then they didn't get interviews or anything like that. That they had to be positive in all the media reports, and Clary made sure of that too. But it's the way he did it. There's one thing that they didn't do, and that was stop the reports about the fact that they were dining. They left their children alone in the apartment and they were dining 50 yards away. They never stopped it. Every single media outlet used that, and they didn't stop it. And then when you think why, there was a reason. And the reason is that they wanted everybody to know that the children were left alone, because if they weren't left alone, and I personally don't think they were left alone, if they were left alone, how could she have been abducted? That's why that mantra, that's why that thing, I forgot my word, but that's
The
why
narrative.
yeah, that's the word. That's why it was never stopped. They stopped every other negative issue, but they never stopped the media suggesting she was left alone. And that's also part and parcel of when you look at my belief, as anybody who's seen any of the lives before or any of my videos, is that looking at the files, looking at all their statements and researching them for, as I keep telling you, 4 years I did it. I took every statement and I took out every portion of the timeline from their statements. And they had very long statements, and I put each of their timelines into a timeline. And then with the 9 of them, compared the timelines together. And in 15-minute sections. And what I saw was so many discrepancies at that. So this is why it's funny when I hear people say, oh, I've read the files. I mean, you can read a statement, big deal. You can read another statement, big deal. But when you put them all together and compare them, that's when you see the real truth. And that's what I did. And that's why it took 4 years to do, because those statements were something else. And it highlighted to me, when I looked at them, it all started, all the contradictions started around Tuesday morning. And that told me that something was happening. Something had happened to something had happened by Tuesday morning for all 9 of them to start these discrepancies and contradictions. Because if you're on holiday, I'm not talking about, I never took like memory things like, oh, did I go that day or did I go that day? I'm talking about direct contradictions, you know. Well, I was there and so was there. And another person says, well, I wasn't there. You know, those kind of contradictions that are very obvious. And anyway, they started Tuesday morning. So that's when I thought, okay, if something happened to Maddie before Thursday, it looks like there was some kind of issue happening before Tuesday morning. And that's when I decided, okay, I will look through all the statements and find the statement that tells me without doubt, as much as possible, that she was seen before Thursday. I went back to Wednesday, and then I went back to Tuesday, and I looked and I thought, okay, she was there Tuesday morning, because the tennis coach had claimed that she was in the group at tennis. And then when I really scrutinized it, I looked at her statement and it said she was one of a group. Now, when the tennis coach was interviewed, she probably had her little booking sheet there, and it had down that the Lobsters, which Maddie was a part of, played on Tuesday morning. And so she probably said, well, okay, yeah, she was there Tuesday. She was one of a group. She didn't say Maddie was there. And the thing is, I doubt very much I think we underestimate how whether or not her name was used often. I think like in the crash, there was 14 children in one room, and they were really not like a nursery that is regular, that you take everybody to and book them in. This was a drop-in babysitting service, and with 14 children, a lot of them apparently little blonde girls of 3. Would you really know who they were? And the same goes for when the tennis coach has, I think she had about 7 of them. Would she have introduced us in the half an hour or so that they played so-called tennis, which really wasn't tennis? It was probably just, you know, holding the racket and a ball. Did she really know the names of everybody? Was she introduced to them? I don't think so. Anyway, I didn't consider a statement that says she was one of a group as proof, regardless of whether she did see her or not. That I cannot prove differently, but it didn't prove anything that she was there. So once I realized that, I found that the only statement that I ever saw was Sunday afternoon at 1:15, when the McCann's cleaner's daughter happened to be around them as they were leaving the apartment, and she was going upstairs to where her mother was cleaning up on the first floor. And she gave the statement in such detail that there is no question in my mind that she saw Maddie. She was wearing shoes that had little lights on them and a little pink outfit. There was the 3 children, and Maddie was carrying a plate with bread on it, because what they initially started on the holiday is that they'd all meet up at the Payne's apartment on the first floor for lunch. And I think that would have continued if nothing had have happened. And so anyway, her witness statement was the one that really only proves to me. So at that point, my conclusion is that she was seen Sunday lunchtime, and The contradiction started Tuesday morning. So sometime between Sunday lunchtime and Tuesday morning is when I believe something happened. And curiously enough, Monday is devoid of a lot of information. Now you can put that to the fact that it was a kind of a non-day. You remember Saturday when you arrive, you remember Sunday because it's your first day there, and well, they seem to remember Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday very well, even though they all disagreed with different things. But Monday, it was there wasn't a lot of detail. As I was I really noticed that as I was taking all their statements and putting them into timelines, there were so few on the Monday that's when that also hit me. It's a day that they really didn't want to talk about. A lot of people ask me, how do I think she died? I don't know. And I would not speculate. I don't think that's how she died or why she died. Are really not something that I think I have any reason to check. That's to look at. It's more about when she died and what happened after. And because I believe something happened before Tuesday, that's why I believe that they were able to get away with the fact that they were able to remove her body, from what we understand from the police and Gonzalo Amaral, that she was taken to an apartment where there was a freezer. I mean, this is just horrible thought, but this is what the police really believe. And it does fit with the fact that the vehicle that they hired weeks later, but actually was looked at in the beginning of August, I think the first week of August, showed signs that it looked, as Gonzalo Amaral says, that a body, it looked, well, there was, I've forgotten my word, but there was kind of like a leakage over the wheel well from the trunk onto the curb. And he believes it could only have come from something that was previously frozen. The actual forensics have not been issued about that. We do not know. There is nothing about that in the files. This is just what Gonzalo Amaral knows and has told us. And of course, we know that there is a huge amount, well, at least a good amount of files which we're not aware of. So in those files is probably the forensics of that, what they found. So that does kind of indicate that she was initially frozen and probably moved to another location and still frozen. But it gave time to do all that, so that by the Thursday, they put in place this abduction, or so-called abduction, in my opinion. I mean, and the police as well. Now, where she was during the time from when she was taken to a location which the police think may have been close, to where we think afterwards she was taken further away, because in July they had suspicious trips to what is called the Triangle, and in southwest Portugal, and it's where Sagres, which is right down on the tip there, and between Praia de Luz and Villa de Bispo, around those areas, they were traveling there in June and July. It was really odd because they were going there for like half an hour a night, for an hour a night. And that was it. Like, I can't remember the exact time, but about 5 or 6, they were visiting. And every night, in a row, a few nights in a row. Why? And then all of a sudden on the 28th of July, just before the dogs came in, it stopped. And that's when I believe that Maddie's body was moved from that location in the triangle to where the other location was. Now, I know there's been thoughts, because they did go to Huelva, however you say it, Huelva, on August the 2nd, I think. And there has been speculation, because it has like an acid lake. There's speculation that maybe they took her there. Now, I don't know. I haven't actually, I've checked into it. I haven't studied, but apparently they lift bodies out from there. There's, I think, is it CO2 gas or something that's there? And this is what causes everything. But we think of acid lakes as, okay, something thrown in, it's going to, eat it up. But I was reading that they take bodies out from there. It certainly can kill you, but it won't. I don't know if they've taken bodies out, then maybe it doesn't, So that was a thought, because on August the 1st, their very, very good friend, John Corner, came to visit them. He's the photographer, and he's a really good friend who supports them to the hilt. And he took a video of them. Now this, I think the police arrived on the 1st with the dogs to look over the apartment. But John Corner, I think, arrived that day or the day before, I'm not sure. And he took a video of them. So when they made this trip to Huelva on the 2nd, I think it was, he took the video, but also there was, I think, about an hour missing out of their trip, from when they left to when there was a big discrepancy about that. And I think somebody saw them somewhere at a different time. Anyway, so that's, those kind of discrepancies, but they fit. The fact that frozen fluid was found in the car kind of fits with the fact that once she was moved, and I think earlier, because it couldn't have been done that night. Stuff like this, they'd have to have prepared it. And the fact that they suggest it was in a freezer, and then a couple of so months later, they suggest that frozen fluid had gone over the curb. It fits. So that's that really is what kind of confirms it to me. I mean, I have never in my 13 years found anything, not one thing, that disputes anything that I have discovered from researching the statements. Absolutely not one thing has ever contradicted the conclusions that I've come from the statements. I've never. If it did, I would change it. I would absolutely, because I don't want to be right. I want the truth. And every time something just confirmed what I already believed. But I've kind of rambled, haven't I? So
No, actually, you're doing fine. But Revy Green asked a question. She asked, when you were talking about the freezer, she asked, whose freezer?
There was an apartment that was supposedly in question. Now, I didn't follow through so much on the apartment and where it was, but what I can tell you is that Gonzalo Amaral refers to this apartment, and they were unable to actually access it. And he made some comment about the freezer disappearing, a generic comment, a sarcastic kind of comment. But that apartment, I think, is the same one that strange things happen. And when Jerry went back to England on, I think, the 26th of May, he returned and there was an issue on the plane. First of all, apparently he saved somebody's life. I don't know what that was all about. There was some question when I saw statements from, well, not statements, but comments from the staff that were on the plane. But the other main thing, which was really weird, is that once he arrived in Britain, was it Waterloo? I can't remember where he was, or Gatwick or whatever. But anyway, he had an issue with his wallet. It got stolen. And apparently it was this favorite picture of Maddie was in it. And it was found and curiously was given back to him. Oh golly, I'm totally forgetting this, but I think there was something to do with Holland, somebody from Holland, and they were visiting and they brought it back to him. There was something very weird about this wallet. But anyway, on his return, as he was coming back from the airport, apparently there was a drunk in the road and near an apartment. And that's why I think it was, and this is why I say I think, because it very well may have been. But I'm not going to say that unless I was absolutely sure. There was a drunk in the road, and Jerry and Kate apparently assisted this chap to his apartment. It may have been the same apartment. Now, is that not odd? That this would happen, and the wallet, and this chap that was dying on the... It was very, very odd. I personally was more interested in the timeline, so I didn't really go into scrutinizing all these details. But that's pretty odd. You know, circumstantial. There's a word, right, Shirley?
Yep. There's there's just some comments, and Michael Shaw said this earlier, and again, maybe newer to this, I didn't know this. He said Jerry McCann was overheard on the phone claiming that there were pedophile gangs in the area. This is when they were searching. Searching in quotations.
I can't say I know for sure about anything like that. I can imagine that they really did kind of promote the pedophilia because that's where they kind of wanted to go, that it was a pedophile issue, and that's why.
Doesn't that raise a lot of red flags right there? I mean, if you're like in the early stages, why would that even be a thing that you would even bring up? Unless, like you said, trying to plant that seed in there. I mean, it's not like it's his hometown. This is a vacation place. So for him to talk about, all these pedophiles ring or whatever that's going on in this area, why would he even bring that up? And then try to use the excuse that they left their kids alone. If you knew there was this in this area, why would you leave your kids? I mean, to me, that almost seems like that would be the worst thing to do, but it didn't seem like that. It raised a whole lot of flags, did it?
Yeah, there was so many things, and I think initially, if I would imagine if you sat down and wrote all those things out, all the questionable. Well, actually, I've dealt with the discrepancies, but mine are really based on the police files, witness statements. Although, of course, I went into all other stuff, but the ones I personally really scrutinized, which I pretty much know most of the timelines. I have like a movie in my head of what happened during that week that has been told. And and the conclusions I've come from what they've said in the statements. I've got that movie. It's going to be totally different to what actually happened, because I think we probably know about 5% of what of what's in the statements and what's in the police files. You know, those police files don't tell us everything. I mean, something came to me the other day to remind me that we tend to think, or most people tend to think, that if she wasn't abducted, let's just say she's not abducted, that the parents were complicit. I absolutely believe that they were complicit in hiding her body and simulating an abduction. But when you think of it, were they really complicit? Do we really know that they were there when she died? Whether they were, I won't say responsible, but were they around? And we do believe it was an accident. We don't believe it was planned. Could it have been that the children were looked after? Could it have been that it happened when one of the Tapper 7 were looking after the children? Once Gonzalo Amaral was removed from the case on October the 2nd, Paulo Rebello came in, and they went over the apartment, and Portuguese press, who were very often right. It's not like the Sun and the Mirror and the Mail. Portuguese press were very much right about what things happened, because they were closely associated with the PJ. And they claim that Paulo Rebello had said that there was 7, I think, was it 7 children in the apartment. One was missing anyway. That's awful. I can't remember how many children altogether, but one was missing. He didn't mention the fact of who was missing, but if that's the case, it could very well have been that they were actually looking after the children prior to something happening to Maddie, and that something may have happened while they were in somebody else's care, and the McCanns are covering that up. That is very much a possibility. Now, if you consider that maybe and just one example, and I'm not saying this is actually the case, but just an example of why that might be, is that if, let's say, they were given Calpol, that all the children were given Calpol, maybe, I don't know, but let's say Maddie and the twins were given Calpol, and the person that was looking after her that night, maybe, if she was acting up, gave her some more, not realizing she'd already had some. Something could have happened. I don't know. These are the things that we must not take for granted, that the McCanns were actually present when she died, if you believe something happened to her. We have other suggestions, and I am not going to go into those suggestions, but they also could have something to do with it. But overall, it was something that was so big that it needed to be hidden, and that although they didn't realize, because social media was just kind of new around then, they didn't realize the scrutiny they were going to get. But in their choice to do this, when you think about it, it had to be more than just, now, I mean, it could have been that they knew their occupations were going to be jeopardized, doctors. It could have been that. But if it was an innocent death, then surely that would have been a small price to pay, rather than say, oh, it was an abduction, and have a full investigation launched at the possibility that they might have been discovered, as lying. So it had to be really big for them to choose that route and think that all of them would remain silent. And they wanted to speak, some of them. We've had, I've got some details where the actual lawyers of these have said they want to speak, but it's too big. They just cannot. The might of Carteret and let's say if there's a cover-up, which I believe everybody thinks is the case and probably is, can one person owning up withstand that? I doubt it. And that, I think, is where and why we don't hear anything about it, because you cannot go against the might of Carteret. In fact, many of you know that the person who did, Tony Bennett, was taken to court by the McCanns. He had well, that wasn't the leaflets. He had a little book which covered the details of the case and why he believed, she wasn't abducted. And the McCanns went after him. Now, initially, and this is what other people would face if they spoke up or did anything. They stopped him from speaking about it, even about the files. I mean, this is just so outrageous that they wanted to take him to court. So he agreed, and he knew that he couldn't afford it. He could not afford to fight Carteret, who are one of the, if not the biggest lawyers in Britain. So he couldn't afford it. So he agreed to not talk about the files and the dogs and those issues. So he agreed. But Tony is so involved in the case. He was on a forum, an Australian football forum, actually, and they found him on there. And they got him for that. He broke the agreement. There's words here which actually I've forgotten the words, but I'll work around it. He broke the agreement, and he was taken to court. And it was huge. They wanted him put in prison. Can you believe this is a man, one of our members, that they took to court? They brought in a QC. It was just disgraceful. And they took him to court, and he was found guilty. But what he was found guilty of is contempt. The fact that he carried on talking about the dogs on this forum. He was not found guilty of lying. He was not found guilty of anything except he'd agreed not to talk about them. I mean, it's more involved than that, but basically he'd agreed not to talk about them, and he did in a obscure football forum. And I tell you, I did a video for him the night before. He was petrified. We all were. We didn't know if he was going to be in prison the next day. He wrote a letter to give to his wife in case he was sent to prison. I remember doing a video for him. I was in tears doing it. I mean, this is any one of us. This was not a special person. Well, I guess he thinks he's special in his own way, and he was certainly one of the great researchers. But to think that the McCanns could take him to court and ultimately win. And to this day, I believe he has to pay something like 100 and something pounds to them, to Carteret every month. And he was one of us. It could have been any one of us. Now, when you've got the might of that kind of control, you are not going to start questioning it. So if you're one of the Tapper 7 and you know differently and you want to speak out, do you think your lawyers are going to allow you to speak out? So no, they've just basically, as far as I'm concerned, just remain silent, because they have no option. Nobody has an option. And that's pretty sad. It's big. It's much bigger than any of us could probably even imagine. Why? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know why, but it certainly is big. I mean, to take a member of our community, like any one of you, could have been me. They apparently can't get me because I'm in Canada. Could have been me, and told me, you've got to stop, and this and this. And if I agreed, if I couldn't fight them, I would have had to have done the same as Tony, and say, okay, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. That's the might. That's how bad it is. And that's the consequences if you actually speak up. So, and that, I believe it cost the McCann something like £400,000 to sue Tony. I mean, this is where their money was going. It might have ended up as 200 and something, but regardless, that's a lot of money to spend to try and stop one man. And he is the only person in this world who cannot discuss the police files about the dogs and the I don't know the specifics, but about the dogs' findings and other stuff too. That's pretty bad. So, I've gone on again. And there was me wondering what I was going to talk about.
No, that's fine. There's just some stuff going on in chat. There was just another couple other comments. So Fernando said, I love your videos about Maddie. I'm Portuguese and I learned even more about this case from listening to you. McCanns are clearly guilty of covering up her death.
So who was that?
It was Fernando.
Fernando. Thank you,
I almost want to sing that in the ABBA song, I'm not going to. I won't do it, I promise. But
Shirley, you shouldn't have told me that, because it's going to be going through my head all night.
I'm like, don't do that to that poor person. Don't do that, Shirley. Don't sing that.
Well, thank you. Actually, thank you so much for being here, Fernando. We don't, I don't know, but going by the name, are you Portuguese? And welcome. We don't get a lot of I mean, I know a few that I've spoken to on Messenger and that from Portugal, but very few actually kind of join in with us in that sense, especially being here. And as I say, I saw some names earlier. I've never seen a lot of these names, and I really, really appreciate you being here. That is really good. I'm really happy. I didn't think we'd have too many today because I didn't advertise, but I knew I wanted to do it today for special reason. But I see Mr. Shannonite. Oh, he's popped up again, Mr. Shannonite. If I love Mr. Shannonite.
He does that. Oh, he popped up again. Okay.
Yeah, he's great. He's where I don't know. I don't follow him, but every time I go on or see a live, he's there. He's a good.
I know. He's great. I don't want to take you off the subject of Mr. Shannonite, but really quick, when you're ready to have somebody come up, there is somebody in the chat that asked about it. Sorry. Let me mute this. It's Gavin. Now I got to find Scrimauer. Gavin Scrimauer.
Yes, I had trouble with that, but that's because I haven't cleaned my specs yet. Let me get closer.
Okay. Well, the person just asked about, is there a phone number to call in? So,
is it Scrimshaw? Am I close?
No, I don't know. It doesn't say Scrimshaw. Sorry, Gavin. Sorry. But if you're ready to have people come up there, or
okay.
Because you said if anybody wants to come up, but I just wanted to let you know that before the comment got too far ahead and I lost it.
And you lost it. Yeah, because
Yeah.
we're going to keep it a bit of a short live today. So
Yeah.
certainly I'd love if you came up and had it, let me know what you thought. Absolutely.
Okay, let me put the link in.
I'm really bad because I really wanted to keep an eye on the chat, but while I'm yapping, I can't. Because I have trouble focusing while I'm yapping anyway, never mind.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think anybody really can do that very well. And that's fine. I mean, because that's what I'm here for, is to keep an eye on that for you. So, and Fernando, thank you for your kind words. So I put the link in the chat, so I don't know if anybody's coming up.
Okay.
So
I can't see it there yet. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, that would be great. We'd love to have you on. As I say, we have to keep it a little bit shorter tonight, which is good. We don't want to go on. I don't know. There's just so much. I think and hope that you understand that when I'm talking about it, it's like my passion. Maddie is my passion, and I don't know.
Yeah, and judging from there's a lot of people that feel the same way. Judging by the comments, I mean, it's definitely hit a nerve for a lot of people, and it's a passion, and that sounds almost like an inappropriate word, but it's not.
Yeah. Well, I see that Gavin's ready to come up. Let's see which one of us got closest to how to pronounce his name.
I'm going to go on mute.
Hello, how you doing?
Hi there, Gavin.
Hiya, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Did either of us get your name right?
Lizzie, I believe you did.
I said something like Scrimgeour.
Almost Scrimgeour.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, very close.
That's good.
I'd like to reference the Netflix documentary.
Oh yeah.
So before before I watched the Netflix documentary, I was absolutely hook, line, and sinker that Jerry and Kate were complicit. They did it, absolutely. However, after watching the documentary, I was swayed.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, so I kind of suffer from, if I see a really good argument, I'm very much swayed in that way.
Okay, well that's good. So discussion, no argument.
It is. It's a good discussion point. I mean, I can't have a discussion with a Netflix documentary. So basically, I've got lots of questions about the Netflix documentary. However, what really swayed me was I don't know if you're aware of there are these 4 guys on YouTube, and they specialize in analyzing witness statements, and they'll look at like a testimony, especially from the videos from Kate and Jerry, who have appealed to the public for information. And basically these 4 guys, they've said that they are legitimate. They are, if you like, innocent.
Yeah, I saw one as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the other one though, but then there's others, and there's another guy. I wish I could remember his name. I think his first name's Richard, and he went to America to meet this guy who specializes. I'd like to say FBI. He specialises in again witness testimony, and this guy.
Are you talking about Richard D. Hall?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay.
And I thought that was a brilliant video, absolutely brilliant video. And
Now,
yes,
is this the one with Peter Hyatt?
that's him. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And I thought that was fantastic. And again, I'm like a gullible viewer. I'll watch.
No.
Yeah. I mean, he'll say all these wonderful words, and yeah, absolutely, it's brilliant.
A lot.
It explains it, and but I'm just absolutely bamboozled by it all. I don't know. I've gone from someone who has towed the line before to say, yeah, absolutely, Jerry and Kate were complicit. They've done it. What was it they called the people in the it's like the Magnificent Seven, or they had a term for all the people in the holiday resort at the table.
Oh, you've got me. You've got me on that one.
Well, we'll say they're called the Magnificent Seven. They're not the Magnificent Seven, but they had this term for them all. They were complicit in this this child sex ring, and I've heard so many arguments from these experts, that I just don't know. I've got a gut feeling that no, they didn't do it.
Really? And so is it those experts that changed your mind on it, or was it first of all, what made you think in the first place that they were maybe complicit?
Well, I think it came initially with the dogs, the cadaver sniffing dogs, or whatever the term is, the dogs that are used by the police, that they were brought over to smell for in the room. If there was blood in the room, these dogs would sniff it out, and they would alert the handler that blood was in the room or had been in the room.
Yeah,
that's one thing. The other one was the car. I believe there was the dogs had detected something in the ar. There's one thing though, and you're going to hate me for this.
No, I won't.
But from bear in mind, from the position that they were in at the time, that Madeleine had not been abducted. At that moment, they were having a good time, a fantastic time. They were just having a typical holiday, and the kids were in the room across the way. Now, you're going to hate me for this, but I personally thought they were okay by taking turns at going to see the kids, making sure it was okay, going back and forward. Yeah, the kids are fine. 15 minutes later, yeah, they're okay, or half an hour later, whatever it is. I thought that was okay.
I'm not going to hate you for that. A lot of people feel that way.
Yeah,
a lot of people.
So I thought that was okay, because I don't care what you say, a lot of people would have done that. And yeah, I think that although it was okay, it's not by law okay. Yeah, it just seems really, really. I just can't put my finger on it. There's so many things. I believe poor Madeleine is probably in one of those wells in the in or around that resort, or she's been dumped in the ocean. and it's sad to say, I just don't think Kate or Jerry will ever see the body, will ever get peace from that.
Okay.
Gavin, can I just ask a question really quick before Lizzie starts?
Sure.
Have you, because I'm kind of new to this story, have you been involved with it for a while? Have you looked at other things? Not just YouTube things, but I'm gonna let Lizzie say the name, the podcast. There's a really neutral podcast.
Uh-huh.
Not saying his name. I can't say it. But
You can get yeah, sorry.
I was just wondering if you've seen other things other than that Netflix, because I started watching the Netflix too before I knew very much, and I was like you. I thought, well, okay, this is starting to make sense. But then when I started looking at other things, and not just other people's points of view, but watching, what I was trying to find was impartial information. Have you done that?
I have.
Okay.
One of the latest videos I've looked at. It's another YouTube video. It's a YouTube channel by it's two guys, but I think it's one guy. It's Geordie someone. So he's a guy from Newcastle, and him and his pal have this this video, and they interview really good people. But one of them, one of his videos was about Madeleine McCann, and the guy, he said, he just, I can't actually remember the video, whether it was he believed Kate and Jerry to be innocent or them to be guilty, but I remember the guy saying, I just don't like Jerry, I don't like him, and he said, I'm sure he said, in fact, I'll not say what he said, but he just didn't like him, and I feel the same way about it. I'm just not getting the good vibes from Jerry, and but I'm only taking it from I've only seen Jerry from a media point of view, through the lens of a camera. I've never met Jerry in my life, but from what I can see, I don't like him.
Well, he's not the most what's the word? Not affable, but
Warm.
yeah,
approachable.
yeah. And there's also several people that have actually met him in the hospital where he works and have not been overly impressed with that.
I know,
but I'll tell you,
guilty though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I want to tell you a moment I had. You were talking about body language and speech experts.
Yes.
We had one that was helping us at one point, and a lot of us were used to watch him and check out. And on one occasion, I was in Messenger with him, and he thought that
with Jerry McCann.
No, with this chap, I'm not
right.
going to say his name, but he was a body language expert and speech and stuff. And he believed they were innocent, and that was fine with me. I mean, this is okay. But we were interested in listening to his theories and body language thoughts. So I was in Messenger with him one day, and I just happened to show him the Australian interview. I wanted his specific thoughts on this particular interview, because Jerry sat there and she turned around and said, did you kill your daughter? And he answered with, well, this and that and the other. And we didn't hide her body. And at that moment, this chap that I was talking to on Messenger, he said, oh my goodness. And I'm saying, what's wrong? I thought something had happened, like an emergency had happened at his end.
Yeah.
And he was overwhelmed. And he said, I can't believe he said that. And at that moment, he said, I'm sorry. He said, I can't do this anymore. he realized at that moment, and this is a body language expert, this is not just
Okay. Yeah.
anybody. He realized at that moment that there was an indication at the point he says, we didn't dispose, we didn't hide her. Like, he started off to say disposed. And at that moment, this body language expert wouldn't help us.
Uh-huh.
I think he suddenly realized that this was more than, you know, what he was, what he could talk about. But
right.
I mean,
Sorry, Lizzie, on you go.
Yeah. Carry on, Gavin.
No, you're in full flow. On you go, please.
Pardon?
Sorry, you're in full flow. On you go, please.
Oh no, that my full flow is over now. Now I do have that. I do have that video, or at least the video clip, hidden in one of my other videos, because the actual video itself, Australian Channel 7 got hold of me and put a copyright strike on me for that. They didn't do it to anybody else, just to me.
Okay.
And but it is so I can't, you know, point it out. It is hidden in one or two of my other videos. But talking about Australia, that's Channel 7, who believe that the parents are innocent. If we go to the other Australian news channel, which is Channel 9, now 60 Minutes is hosted on that channel. 60 Minutes in Australia is hosted on Channel 9, but they tend to go with the fact that Madeleine was innocent. But we were contacted randomly one day in our controversy forum by Mark Sonokonoko, and he was with Channel 9 News. Now we're familiar with people trying to contact us and using us, and so we were very skeptical, but I gave him a little Lizzie chat, and I have a well-known Lizzie chat, so I check him out. And Mark seemed absolutely for real, and ended up to be one of the greatest investigative journalists I have ever seen, and such a lovely bloke too. And he did a podcast, and they were putting together a podcast. It actually took 2 years to put this together. And over that 2 years, myself and Cherry and Helen and Linda, and of course our Carrie, helped him with links. Which was lovely. He credited us at the end of the podcast, which we were quite chuffed with. But anyway, this podcast, honestly, Gavin, if you want to hear something worthwhile, and for everybody, if you haven't listened to it, go to one of my other videos, and all the details will be on there. I dedicated a live to it, and it's got Mark's interview with was Sonia Poulton. I nearly forgot her name.
Okay.
And you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised, totally shocked. I think all of us.
Carrie's put the link in the chat to that podcast.
Okay.
Oh, of course, we've got Carrie doing her thing, haven't we?
Yeah. And just to tell you, Gavin, even though, you know, Lizzie says that Mark reached out to her group, he's an investigative journalist. At the end of the podcast, you still can't tell what he believes, really, because he doesn't present things any certain way. He just presents facts. He'll present something, but then if there's something that counters it, you know, regardless of what it is, he puts it out there. So that's what I said. To me, that's one of the most non-biased things that I've listened to about this, because he just presents it and leaves it up to you to determine what you're going to do with that information.
Yes.
Oh, he's absolutely great that way. In fact, my thoughts on something happening to him, to Maddie earlier, he passes by that because he hasn't studied it. And unless he himself has really scrutinized something, he won't go along with it. But what you hear from him is stuff you won't hear anywhere else. He even went to they found Mark Perlin, who offered to give the new technology to the forensics for free, and he even took it to the Prime Minister and was refused. And Mark is just flabbergasted, that this could happen, and everybody else should be too. I mean,
at the time was Gordon Brown. Is that
no, it was, what's her name?
Theresa May?
Theresa May.
Yeah.
Sorry. I keep losing words. Just forgive me. I try and wind around them, but names I can't. But yeah, oh yeah. I mean, it's a 10-part podcast. Carrie's put the link probably, and also they're bringing out, and they're working right now on one. Oh, and by the way, just to note that the podcast was #1 for 3 weeks in UK and Australia. And the only reason it wasn't #1 in the States is because Dr. Phil had #1 spot.
All right.
But it tells you how good it was. I promise you, there's stuff in there. He even managed to speak to Gonzalo Amaral, which very few people ever have the privilege of being able to interview. And that was great. But what they're doing is working on another one. It's called Maddie's Taken Her. And if you have any interest in whether or not Christian Bruckner has anything to do with it, then I absolutely urge everyone to listen to the one podcast. I think it's about 45 minutes. And Mark phones and interviews the prosecutor or whatever his name is. And it's just laughable. The German, he doesn't, when Mark questions him, he doesn't even, well, I don't know. Or it's just laughable, because there was no way that Christian Bruckner was located near Maddie's, near the Ocean Club at that time. And yet
sorry, Lizzie, excuse me. Christian Bruckner, is that the chap that the Germans got quite recently, who they believed to be one of the strongest links to being the kidnapper? It's
the weakest link. It's absolutely the weakest link, because they claimed he murdered her. They can't tell any proof, but they say, well, he pinged the Ocean Club tower. Well, there's only one tower in Praia de Luz, and it covers 2 kilometers. So he could have been anywhere, and his home was there. He could have been home when he pinged. This, and when Mark questioned this prosecutor or whoever he was on it, he said, well, I don't know. I mean, it's absolutely listen to that podcast if you have an interest in Christian Bruckner.
Absolutely.
And, it's I've never checked out anything to do with Christian Bruckner, because as far as I'm concerned, he's not even part of it. This is just a distraction. This is what the McCanns do. They spend their money on distracting everybody. And the German is just the latest. I think anybody can tell you that.
Can I play devil's advocate here?
Yeah, of course. You can try.
Right. I've had a theory about what's happened, and when it was Kate's turn to go and check on the kids. Now, in fact, can I, before I give you my theory, can I just throw something at you just to make sure that these events are correct? So it was Jerry went to see. According to Jerry, he went into the apartment, and he opened the door very quietly, and he saw the 3 kids. And in particular, he saw Madeleine, and then he made a comment, and I'm referencing, I think, the Netflix, one of the interviews in the Netflix interview, and it could have been made by someone else, but nonetheless, I watched it on Netflix, and he said he can remember Madeleine lying there, and she was angelic and lovely and
looking beautiful. Yeah.
yes, yeah, absolutely. So and then he closed the door, and then at that point, okay, that's fair enough. But whatever time that was, he checked in, made sure she was okay, went back to the congregation, and they had they were carrying on drinking and whatnot. And then it was Kate's turn after that to pop in, and then Kate opened the door. She found that Madeleine, she'd found the windows open, Madeleine gone, but the twins were asleep. And then she came out and she said, they've taken her. And she made this this wail that this noise that I suppose only this motherly instinctual noise that her child was gone. Is that correct? Am I?
When was this motherly instinctive noise supposed to have happened?
When she went. So what I'm taking from the situation, she went in, couldn't see Madeleine. She noticed the window in the apartment was open. Then she came out, and she must have been frantic to say, "Oh, she's gone." And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, she said they've taken her.
Yes, yes.
And in particular, the words "they've taken her," they have taken her. Or she's gone, and she made this noise.
Yeah, and that's what that's what I was asking. When was she supposed to have made this noise? When she went down to the tapas bar to let them know that Maddie was taken? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'd imagine she's come straight out of the apartment, and she's alerted everyone to say that she's gone at that point.
I've never heard anything about that specific noise or whatever she made, but I will say that once the GNR arrived, police, they apparently knelt down on their beds and were wailing like praying Arabs, and making those kind of noises then.
Okay. You know what? That's probably it. I've only watched the documentary a few times. I'm not an expert, so that is perhaps probably what happened. But my theory on this one, and I'm just throwing it out here.
Absolutely.
Is and apologies to Jerry and Kate if this is totally wrong. And yourselves if this is wrong, but I believe that. And incidentally, is Kate or Jerry? Are they an atheist? I know Jerry's a heart surgeon, but is Kate got something to do with an atheist?
One of the Tapas 7 was an anesthesiologist. I'll let you off on that one. Anesthetist. That's it. Anesthetist.
So back in the day, there's a Michael McIntyre. He's a stand-up, and he says he's got kids. And he's got iPads, and he's got what do you call it? It's the stuff you give kids for pain.
Calpol.
That's it. Yeah,
now, before you go any further, I'll just remind you that at that time there was a Calpol sleep, I think, which was different. It was taken off the market,
Yeah.
from what I understand.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's another
Oh,
one.
okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. I just couldn't remember. You've got Calpol, which is the milder version. Then you had the other one that was because that's the one I believe Karen Matthews used to drug poor wee Shannon Matthews.
Wasn't she the? Can I ask you? Was she the one that imitated the McCanns? I can't remember.
That's her. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Yeah. That's the one. But it was that whatever the Calpol, the kind of Red Bull of Calpol, whatever it is. That's my theory is they gave the kids the Red Bull of Calpol just to shut them up, so they could have a nice time having a drink at the bar. And you're going to hate me for saying this, but
don't be saying that.
To be honest, to get them because they are in iShop, I would say it's okay, that's fine. And the Tapas 5, that was it. Was it the Tapas 5 they were called?
Tapas 7, yeah.
Tapas 7, that's it. Yeah. The Tapas 7 knew that was okay. So and they were going back and forward to make sure the kids were okay. I'm sorry. I just think that's kind of bordering on okay.
I get you. I hear you.
So So anyway, they're taking that one step further. Imagine that they were to give them that Red Bull of Calpol, and or something stronger that only a doctor could prescribe. And poor little Madeleine fell out of bed or something, hurt herself in some way. The parents came into the house, came into the apartment, found out that she'd hurt herself. How could they explain that they've prescribed their kids a sedative that the twins have also had? And then they're thinking, well, if we say that poor little Madeleine had this sedative that we have, as in parents have prescribed to them, they're going to take off. We're going to lose Madeleine, who has died tragically in the apartment. Plus, we're going to lose the twins. So they're going to make this horrific, calculating decision to say, right, we're gonna try and hide the body of Madeleine, and by doing that, we'll blame someone else, but that way we can keep the twins.
Yeah. So basically, I think what you're saying is that although they probably only needed Calpol apparently, but you're suggesting that maybe they gave her something else which was even stronger, and because they'd done that there might have been big repercussions had that happened. Now, you did ask whether it took us quite a while to get there, whether Kate was an anesthetist. Now, she was originally, I believe, and then she became just a general practitioner. And one of the Tapas 7 was an anesthetist. Hope I'm saying that right, because
sounds good to me. That sounds good to me.
Okay, that's good. It's a new word, even if I'm wrong. It's a new word. But yeah, I see what you're saying, and certainly that is a thought. You know, it's one I've never thought of, that there may have been more than Calpol, and therefore they wouldn't only have been guilty of giving them the Calpol. They would have been guilty of going against the Hippocratic Oath, is it, of not giving?
Yes, absolutely.
Of not giving prescriptions to. I don't think they're supposed to be able to give them to their family anyway, are they?
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I see what you're saying there, and that yeah, that would have been more major than just giving Kelpol. So thank you for that, Gavin.
Yeah.
That's a good thought.
One of sorry, Lizzie, to interrupt, but one of the things with the Shannon Matthews incident was that poor Shannon, I believe the police took a sample of her hair, or if it wasn't Shannon, it was other kids of Karen Matthews, and they detected off the hair that it was something to do with the Calpol Red Bull type stuff.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's detectable in the hair.
Oh yeah, well that was an issue. That was an issue that came up, and what that was about was that the police did want to have a strand of the twins' hair, and but Kate would never give it to them. They didn't get it until about 3 months later. Now at this point, that's when, if there was any drugs on them, in them, it wouldn't have shown 3 months later after the hair had been cut. Just another little tick in the box of questionable behavior.
Absolutely.
You know.
Yeah.
Now, I'm thinking that see, the Netflix movie I watched quite some time ago. I watched the, I think there was a Lifetime movie too. I'm not sure, but I did watch them. I wasn't overly impressed with them. And certainly they were one of them that had this Robin Swan and her bloke on there. I was totally unimpressed with, because they just no, they just go with the innocent thing regardless. But I certainly don't mind other points of view, but not when somebody is only out to with actual false information. I just don't have time for that. So in one of those movies, they had a lot of that. Now in the Netflix movie, I cannot remember exactly my thoughts on it. I should maybe watch it again. But I'm sure that there was not a lot of the real details there. Not a lot of the real details that you can find in the police files. And have you ever watched The Truth of the Lie, Gonzalo Amoral's documentary?
I've not, no.
Now there's one that maybe you should watch, and that is, now it's funny, I just brought it up. Okay. But I was what it is, it's a documentary that was in Portuguese, and it was one of the highest rated documentaries on TV at the time in Portugal, certainly not in Britain. And I do host it in my library. You can, if you look at, for anybody that wants to look at the videos in the Heidi Ho library, is don't just go to channel and look at the videos or home. Go to videos and then click on oldest to newest, because there's a glitch with YouTube that when you just look on newest to oldest, there's only, I don't know, about 100 videos there, and then there's nothing. Whereas if you go on oldest to newest, it shows all the videos, right from the very first ones right through to the last. And I think there should be about 400 in there. But anyway, you can see the Truth of the Lie documentary video, because it's got banned written right across it, and so it's easy to see. So I would say I would recommend you go and watch that. Now, the other thing I was thinking of, and I was suggesting to Shirley this week, was because it's only in text, I was contemplating doing a version with narration, because I remember when it first came out, there was a lot of people who didn't want to watch it because they couldn't, you sit and watch the text and you miss out on what's on the video. So I was considering doing a narration, but then like I said to Shirley, I don't know that anybody could sit through me for, an hour. Well, crikey, I just realized you have, but I don't know if I would be the person to do it. Maybe somebody else should maybe do it. But do you think that would be a good idea to, and does anybody think it would be an idea, regardless of who does it, to have a narration on that movie? Because, I mean, I think there's 1.5 million views on it right now. And I just think that watching it with text, when you have that, you miss out on the visuals. You can't see them. And a lot of people were not very good at eyesight. So anyway, that's the thought.
I think with information videos like that, they're gonna watch it, or at least I would, a couple of times. If I'm like really interested in things like that, I would watch it a few times. So absolutely, I would be interested in that. Can I ask you a quick question? You mentioned Sonia Poulton. Now she was also partnered with Sean Atwood. What's your take on Sonia and Sean with the Madeleine McCann mystery?
Okay, I can't talk about Sean. I'm not familiar with Sean, but I've known Sonia for quite some time. In fact, she wanted me to be on one of her interviews with her, but I couldn't be. She spreads herself over several cases. Yeah. So she is great on Madeleine. I mean, there's no question that she knows her stuff, but she also does other stuff. So the depth of where she's coming from, I really couldn't say. But certainly there are some people who question Sonia. Yeah. I personally don't. I think she does a great job, and I love the interview that she did with Mark. So I really support her in that sense. Okay. And I absolutely, and actually, if that's if you could go and watch the check out the podcast for Mark Solnokonoko, which Shirley refuses to try to say.
Yeah.
I butchered his name way worse than I butchered yours, so I won't even try anymore.
But that would be great if you could do that, Gavin. I would love to hear your thoughts after you've watched it. Okay. You obviously really have a passion for it, watching Netflix, and what you're saying, I can hear that you listen to it and you're taking it all in. And I'd love for you to watch The Truth of the Lie, and also watch it. And it's one of the recent videos, the podcast videos, and then come back and let me know. I'd love to hear your thoughts after you've watched those.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it's really great. We don't often get guests up. We had Emily once before, and so it's really nice to have you up, and I really appreciate you being here. So,
and also, Lizzie, can I also say the Richard D. Hall? That was the first time I had been introduced to this issue with Madeleine McCann. And he has gone to enormous lengths to find out what has happened, and he hasn't actually made a video in quite some time. Do you know what's happened?
Okay, Richard. Now he had Tony Bennett close at hand for a lot of the information. He
Mhm.
certainly he used a portion of my videos on one of his videos. They were 4-hour videos, I think, most of them, and highly recommended and highly watched. But I did disagree with some of the things, which I do with Tony too. We both agree to disagree on a lot of stuff. So uh yeah, a lot of people follow him and a lot of people watch him. And what I loved, one of the and this is the thing, is one of the things I absolutely loved. He put out these 4-hour videos and he told us all that we were free to use them. There was no copyright on it. We didn't have to pay for the video. We could just download them and upload them to our channels. And I just think that was just lovely of him.
Yes.
He couldn't have, he didn't have to allow us to do that. But I think, like anybody who really cares about Maddie, you know, and the same as with me, if somebody wants to use some of, you know, my stuff, it's getting the word out. It's not about, you know, protecting it and being the only one and making people come visit you and subscribe and all this kind of stuff. It's about getting that word out. So that's why I'm enjoying doing these lives. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, I was not planning on doing this. I got a bit of a push from Shirley and a few others and Kerry, and I decided, no, you can have too much Lizzie, I think is what I thought. The following day after I decided I would do it, I changed my mind. And then there was a couple of people that really changed my mind on that. And that's why I always give them a thank you. And Kim and Chris, who are the reason I'm here, because they were the ones that made me want to do this. And they're the reason I'm back today, you know, because we had a few weeks off there, but we're getting back in the groove. And I really appreciate everybody who's here. I can't believe we've got so many people here. I didn't think we would, not today. But thank you, everybody. And I'm sorry, I'm still blurry on the names from the computer that I'm looking at. I'm not very good at that. And also, I'm not very good.
Can I just jump in before you run away? It sounds as though you're trying to get away here, but
no. No, no, I'm not.
Sorry, I'm just so interested in this.
Sorry, Gavin.
No, it's okay. What's your take on, like, from an investigation point of view, on the day it was reported to the Portugal police, I suppose it is, that Madeleine McCann was abducted, or she's missing? What's your thoughts on the investigation the Portuguese police made on from that moment on? And then I'll ask you, after you've told me that, I'm going to ask you what you think the English police, their investigation, when they came over to help. So first question is, what do you think what's your take on the Portuguese police investigation?
Well, as I mentioned before, I'm in Canada, so the news here is very, we don't hear a lot of Maddie, you know. Many people think it's worldwide, but I meet very, very few people who know the case. They might say, oh, yes, I kind of remember. So I didn't hear about it until a while after. And I was running an expat group at the forum at the time. And they started talking about it. And somebody asked my opinion. And I said, well, I can't make an opinion on just like the media. I need to just check some things out. Look where it got me. I'm here. But the first thing I did, and I can't remember how far into it, whether it was a week later or a month later, the first thing I asked them, and I still have, I save everything. I still have my message that I wrote back and said, well, I need to know, did Kate have tears in her eyes? because a big red flag to me is when somebody is in grief and crying, whether she had tears, and she didn't. So that certainly made the difference for me. But as far as the police go, oh my goodness, I think I focused on it a lot in another live, that I am just absolutely upset of how they were treated. They did such a great job. They were there. The investigation was huge. And Kate and Jerry McCann were complaining, well, the police did nothing. Well, there were 13 police officers there. She disappeared supposedly at 10. They phoned the police at 10:40. There was, and being a little town, nobody was actually there. They were in Auxerre or somewhere. Sorry, Fernando, if I got it wrong. And they rushed to Praia de Luz. They got there at 11. Once they realized there was more to this than what the two of them could handle, they phoned the Polizia Giudiziaria and the police that were basically, the investigative police, and they arrived an hour later at 12. So to suggest that the police did nothing. By 1 o'clock, they had forensics there. They had 13 police officers that I'm aware of. There may have been more, and certainly more. So if you're asking me how the police investigation went, it was absolutely great. And don't ever, ever, ever listen to anybody who tells you that the police did nothing, because it's absolutely untrue. I'm not saying they were perfect. I mean, obviously, even Gonzalo Amaral admits that he was wrong. And I think when he says that, when he did admit at one point that he made mistakes, do you know what his mistake was?
What's that?
That he didn't consider, or actually wasn't allowed to consider and put the McCanns as possible suspects. That was his mistake. But he was bullied into it, and he said his words were that he had to treat the McCanns with tweezers. And immediately it happened. There were just major people coming over the following day. And I can't remember the name. I mean, it was just crazy how they, right in place. By the next day, I have a list of the people that actually went out to Praia de Luz on behalf of the McCanns. And this list is lengthy. It's like, I don't know, 40 people that were there, that came to assist. And it was right from the start. And when you look at the fact that Clarence Mitchell, who was actually media monitoring unit for the Prime Minister, he left his job to be the PR man for the McCanns. I mean, what does that tell you? As far as the English police go, there's two thoughts on it. One is that they let Gonzalo down while they were there. Apparently they were really helpful, but there was one in particular, and I can't remember his name offhand, that was kind of putting not helpful. But the second they left, as soon as the McCanns left, the police left, and they weren't there to do it was all wrong. They weren't, and as far as sorry if I cut off in sentences, but as far as the Operation Grange goes, now I was in touch with a detective several times. He phoned me, I phoned him, emails quite a few times, and he was great. And they gave me no indication whatsoever. In fact, I've got the recording of me asking him outright, everybody thinks it's a whitewash.
Lizzie,
Is it?
sorry, Lizzie, can I stop you there? I realise you want to keep the name of the person anonymous, but is it and I don't know if you're happy disclosing this, but is it an English policeman or is it a Portuguese policeman?
It's an English police
Okay.
detective in Operation Grange in London
Sure.
who were in
Okay.
charge of the case. And this was very early on. In fact, when they started to do media stuff, he told me, he said, he basically said, read between the lines. He said, we remain under the radar. You will hear nothing about the investigation from us. And but what he did say, or actually it was another one, because I had his direct phone, so another one had answered, so I was asking him questions.
Okay.
And I have it on record that when I asked him, and I'd said about the whitewash, and he assured me that he said, we look at everything. Everything is what he said. He didn't just say, oh yes, don't worry, we look at it. He would, I really believed him. And I think rightly so. And then when I asked this other chap, I said, are you really looking at stuff like the fact that when Jerry came in the door, supposedly through the front door on that night in his witness statement, saying he used the key to get in through the front door. And then in his next statement, he said, no, we came in the patio doors. Well, he probably changed it because they knew they had to have a means of entrance for this abductor. But when I asked him whether they look at stuff like that, he said, yeah, he said, and that's why it's a murder squad. That was his words to me, murder. That's why it's a murder squad. Yeah, I think he used the word murder squad. I actually have the recording and I was going to put it on here at some point to play it so that people can realize it was a murder investigation, or it was investigated like a murder case. But as time goes on, who's to say what has happened in that 10 years or whatever since Operation Grange took over? And it's the higher echelons have changed the the whatever.
Yeah, see, what I get from this is you're going to see two viewpoints. You're going to see the view that we see, which is what the media portray of, and I'm going to pick on Jerry here, as very cold, very perhaps calculating, straight to the point perception of a man who has lost his daughter. And then what we don't see is what the police, through their eyes, see Jerry. And I personally believe that I think Jerry has this personality. He's a surgeon. He seems to me like I'm going to say kind of brutal kind of person. He's got to be brutal. He's got to be straight to the point.
Yes, but can I just stop you there?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. He's not a surgeon. He's a cardiologist.
Okay. Right. Okay. Sorry, I thought he was a.
Yeah, I know, and that's something which a lot of people believe. I mean, he's high up. He's he's really achieved a lot, and has that anything to play with what this is all about? Because of him dealing with ComAir, that was an issue too. But no, he's not a surgeon. He never was. He's a cardiologist. So I'm sorry I interrupted you. And
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm glad you did correct me. But what it seems like, I'm kind of hitting at his personality, that he's a very brutal, calculating person, in a good way, for imagine that Jerry was your not surgeon. He was your doctor. He was looking after you, and he was treating you. You would want someone that was to get in there and fix things without the emotional ties that you may have. He's in there. He's bang bang bang. Right, I've got this. Sorted it. Bang bang. You know, he's not hesitant, and that kind of personality trait. I just kind of see that. When you see him looking kind of, what if you were to conjure an image of Jerry in your mind, you see him kind of looking. He's holding his wife, reassuringly holding his wife, but he's got this sneering look on him, and I believe he's sneering to the media.
Well, yeah, and this is all part of body language. Is this? What's the name? There is a name, and it's gone out of my mind, where he does. It's part of body language where you have this smirk, and also don't take into consideration. You were saying he's holding his wife. They were always holding hands. Now, was that because they just adored each other and needed to confirm that? And was it to look good? Or was it that they had little language with their fingers? You know, what to say, what not to say. You know, that's always been a question.
Interesting. Well, the other, I'm going to try and put this politely as possible. There was a suggestion that the Tapas 7 were very friendly with each other. I'll put it that way. What's your thoughts on that one? Like, they're very friendly with each other. Is that? Oh,
yeah. There has been discussions and talks and suggestions about them being swingers and all this, and certainly there are areas of places around and near Praia de Luz where there was, I think, nude beaches and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. If they are, that is really not part of what I would be looking at. I mean, if they are, they are. If it was something to do with why something happened to Maddie, that is, a possible question. But right now, as I told you before, I don't know how she died, and I don't know why she died, and it's not something that I prefer to even speculate about it. But yeah, that is an issue that has been brought up, and I think I was talking to somebody who was very close to the investigation initially, and they said that was brought up to the police at the time. So
okay, pure speculation here, and I'm just throwing it out here. I'm probably wrong in this one, but was there not someone in the Tapas 7 that said something quite derogatory about Madeleine before she was abducted? Whether she liked something. I have a mental recollection of someone saying something that it was quite vile, actually.
Okay, are you referring to the year before when they were on holiday in Mallorca? And there's a witness statement from the Gaspers. There were a couple of doctors who were on holiday with them at the time. And later in May, after she was abducted, they gave a witness statement to the British police. And what they stated in this statement, like you say, was pretty awful. I don't want to obviously go into details, but it included gestures and things which were supposedly aimed at Maddie. This was a year before. And they sent the statements about this. And if you look up Gasper statements, you can read it yourself. It's pretty bad. And this went on between Jerry and David Payne. David Payne is considered questionable by Gonzalo Amaral in this area. It's something I've always tried to stay away from, but when Gonzalo Amaral brings it up, I will, discuss it. But the point is that the other sad thing is, unbelievable thing is that the English police got these statements in May, and Gonzalo Amaral left in October the 2nd, which was his birthday. He was not sacked. He was removed back to Faro. At the time, he was the chief I guess he was the chief coordinator of the Maddie case, but he was in charge of southern Portugal. Okay. He wasn't just another, detective or whatever. He had a brilliant job. He was an absolutely brilliant man. And because apparently he said some negative things about the British police, he was removed, not sacked. He was removed back to Faro, and he continued there until he decided to leave because he was writing the book. But what happened after that, I think a couple of weeks after that, there was some faxes sent to the Portuguese police from Britain, and in there, tucked inside, were these Gasper statements. As far as we can tell, and as far as it looks, is somebody in the British police knew the statements and needed to get them to the Portuguese police in whatever the way they could, and by tucking them into a pile of facts is how they did it. Now, is that not questionable? I mean, and you can also, if you Google or YouTube, search on YouTube on my channel for David Payne, you can also find some videos about this. If you look at Crime of the Century, I used Supertramp in that one. Crime of the Century, it's a video with a black background, and that discusses the Gasper statements. David Payne, you can Google, but Gonzalo Amaral actually had some interviews, and I put the translation onto my videos, which was quite difficult because I don't speak Portuguese, but apparently I got them in the right place.
Excuse me, Lizzie. Sorry, Lizzie.
Yeah.
The Gasper statement that we're talking about, when was this? When did you say this statement was allegedly taking place?
The Gaspers, after they weren't on holiday with the McCanns at the time, they went to Mallorca with them the year before, and nothing was said. They stopped. Apparently, the men used to bath the children. I mean, it's all questionable in that way. Yeah. And so they didn't want anything to do with that. So the day she disappeared was supposedly May the 3rd, and I think it was about the 20th or 27th that the Gaspers put their statement into the British police, and the British police hung on to it for a few months before they hung on to it for good. It was only popped into a big pile of facts. And that was the only way this, I mean, you got hands up to this, hats off to this cop who wanted the Portuguese police to know about these statements, because there were nothing like that was ever questioned, although many of us feel that that's a good possibility that something like that was involved. But
it's absolutely wrong, isn't it? It's you and I know what they said, and it's it's not something you would say about your children, is it? It's disgusting, actually.
Yeah, it is, and it was protected. But like I say, Gonçalo did some interviews, and they were Portuguese interviews, so that's why I had to do the translations for them. And it's really worth a watch to see his thoughts.
Yes,
He's the only one who's really discussed it. In our Facebook group, Heidi Ho Controversy, I've always tried to stay clear of it. We will talk about it, but we don't go into depth. We don't want to go that route. You know, it's not a route that we really should take unless we have some facts. So, you
Sure.
know, just to recognize it.
Sorry, Lizzie, can I on that? You're not happy linking that Gasper statement to the Madeleine McCann disappearance?
Well, the discussion that was, as you say, vile,
Yeah,
was between Jerry McCann and David Payne.
yeah.
And Gonçalo Amaral considers David Payne as the big mystery in this.
Okay.
You can only come to those conclusions, and you know, so was there something like that was involved, and why she died? It's only speculation, and therefore can't really discuss it. But it could be, and that could be the something that is so big that they had to. My God, I mean, the thought of it, just no. Rather stay out of that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So it sounds as though the David Payne, you know, although it was horrific for him to say that, it may not be connected at all to Maddie's disappearance.
Oh yeah, it could be. That's what I'm saying.
Or it could.
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely, it could be. And Gonçalo Amaral seems to think something like that too.
So I'm gonna throw one out here. Do you think it's some sort of paedophile ring?
That I couldn't say, but you know, I really wouldn't want to say that. I've seen nothing to indicate that it could be that, or that there could be anything to be involved. When we talk pedophile rings, I think people are more into suggesting that was why she was abducted, or who abducted her. But certainly there was a lot within what happened that was never, as far as I know, it was never questioned. And Gonçalo Amaral, of course, didn't know about it at the time because he left October the 2nd. And he, as he tries to explain, when he left, he was still investigating. He hadn't come to any big conclusions at that time because he was still investigating. He was trying to get the Smiths, the ones who think they saw Jerry walking down towards the beach with Maddie.
Sorry, hang on, Lizzie, wait a minute. The Smith, this isn't something I'm aware of. I know there was a lady from I believe the Tapis 7 that saw someone carrying a child, but I wasn't aware they reckon it was Jerry carrying a child.
Well, what it was the lady carrying a child is again, I go with the police files, I'll go with interviews, I'll go with anything that's factual. And I also go along with Gonçalo Amaral, who knew the investigation and knew, goodness knows how many times as much as what's in the investigation. And he claims that the Tapis 7 never went to the front, except, of course, David Payne and the Paynes, because they had to go to the front of the by the road to go up to their apartment. But the rest of them went in through the patio doors. And that's where I see the fact that it was likely that they were all watching the kids, because you
Sorry,
can't.
Lizzie. Lizzie, sorry, I apologise. Can I interrupt you? You said David Payne. Now, David Payne was the guy that said this horrific thing about Madeleine.
Yeah.
A few years ago.
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, that was a previous holiday. Was David Payne one of the Tapas 7?
Yes, he was.
Ah, right, okay. But David Payne, just to make it clear that the horrific thing that you and I know what he said wasn't actually made on that holiday in Portugal. It was said in a previous holiday. Is that?
Yeah, it was the year before in Mallorca when they all went.
Okay, sorry. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So as far as this lady who saw, well, that was one of the Tapas 7, supposedly, and that's where you get the that's the only evidence of an abduction. And what happened? She was supposed to have seen a man carrying a small child. Even in that light at night and that distance, she could tell that it was like pink pajamas or flowery or whatever. Totally out of the just not right. But Gonzalo tells in an interview that none of them went to the front entrance to enter the apartments. They went in through the patio doors. And that's why he says that her witness statement sounds hollow, because he knows that she didn't go up that way, if she went up that way at all. And and Jez Wilkins was talking to Jerry, and he claims he never saw her walk past them. And I mean, it's just a small place. Apparently it's smaller than we think. But he didn't see this Jane walking up. And Gonzalo believes that they went in through the patio doors, which leads me to believe, because the patio doors couldn't be locked, that probably they were watching the children, because somebody would take over and come in through the front, and somebody was there to let them in. And that's what I believe. But it wasn't that lady that I was talking about with the Smiths. It was that the Smiths sighting is something which let me tell you, it was apparently there was a family of Smiths that were in one of the bars down, towards the beach, and they gave their statements to say that they saw, they saw a chap carrying a child, and they thought it could be Maddie. Now, they didn't know this initially. It was in September when Jerry and Kate returned to England that he saw them getting off the plane, and when they saw Jerry carrying Sean, I think it was Sean, it suddenly clicked with him that was the person who carried the child the same way as what he saw on May the 3rd. So that's when he gave the statement, in September. And that's when I think people thought, or everyone thought, that, okay, this was Jerry carrying Madeleine to the beach. And that might absolutely be so. I personally do not put anything into it. I'm not disputing, of course, that it wasn't, he didn't see someone. He might have seen Jerry with another child, because there was another child there who looked very much like Maddie and was also the same age. Or it could have been somebody else carrying a child. I just don't believe that Jerry would be carrying Maddie, considering there was blood found in the apartment. I don't believe he would be walking through the streets with Maddie not alive anymore and not wrapped in a blanket, at least. It just does not fit, So anyway, but that's the That's the people that actually saw, and that's why there is a lot of people that think she was taken to the beach, which may be true. But I don't follow on that one.
So what is it that you think, Lizzie? Sorry, is it Carrie?
Yeah.
Is it Carrie? Sorry, Carrie. I don't mean to be taking over here, but Lizzie, what is it that you think had happened? Can I ask you that? What do you believe happened? I think that's
what I believe happened,
yeah.
judging and coming to the conclusions from all the comparing all their statements, which of course the statements don't tell you everything, but the results of comparing them tell you that there's oddities and you know what could have happened. So I believe after my studying and researching it is that they arrived on holiday, everything was fine on the Saturday. On the Sunday, everything was still fine, and they went up to lunch at the Paynes, where they were probably planning to do all week, as they claimed. And that's when the cleaner's daughter saw them and confirmed this was what happened. Now they went down to the beach, to the swimming pool after the paddling, you know, the children's pool after.
Yeah.
This is where I believe that this famous last picture was taken on that day, on Sunday, because Maddie was wearing something similar to what the cleaner's daughter saw her. And all this photoshopping of the last picture, I've never believed in. I think just changing the EXIF data on it is all that happened, that it was actually taken on Sunday and the EXIF data was changed to make it look like it was taken on Thursday. And also taken into consideration, they did not use this photo as the photo to search for Maddie. They used a younger version because they didn't really want anybody to recognize her. And Jerry, they didn't release the picture, the last picture, until after he returned from Britain. Now, did he take it back? Did they fix the EXIF data? Like, why wasn't it released immediately? You know, it was only after he returned from Britain that he actually it was actually released. And if the EXIF data, which is apparently, well, certainly a lot simpler than trying to Photoshop it, just for a different day, that's all. So that's what, oh yeah, that's what happened. So we went for that. Then there was everything that happened during the week. And of course I have okay, which I will not answer right now. And so there was all the things that happened during the week. But on Tuesday morning is when the discrepancy started. And that told me that something had happened before. And the reason, well, as I say, between Sunday afternoon and Tuesday morning is when I believe something happened. So at that point, they had to, if what I'm saying is correct, they would have to have explained how Maddie was seen at the crash. And that is something which I didn't discover until just a couple of years ago. I had a light bulb moment. I couldn't believe how simple the scenario was, is that because one of the other Tapper 7 had a child, a daughter of the same age, 3 months difference, and the same colored hair, who went to the same crash, that he would... that the possibility was that what they did, and when I looked at the crash records and put them into order, most times that most times that Jerry and Kate took Maddie off to the crash and picked her up. The same time, the Russell O'Brien dropped off his daughter and picked her up. And what suddenly hit me, I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but basically, if they arrived at the same time and left at the same time.
Lizzie, sorry, I apologise for interrupting you. Who is Russell O'Brien?
Russell O'Brien is one of the other friends.
Is one of the Tapa 7.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. So they both arrived at the same time, and
they're friends or colleagues, is that?
Well, there was the 9 of them on holiday together.
So it's the Tapas 9 or Tapas 7?
Well, the Tapas 7 were the friends and the McCanns.
So who are the? So you got the Tapas 7, but you say there's 9s. Who are the 2? Is that?
Well, the Tapas 7 were the friends.
All right. Okay, and then.
And the McCanns were the McCanns.
Jerry.
Yeah. Yeah. So they were 9.
Okay. So that's
yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
So if you look at the circumstance where, according to the police files, they both, on most occasions, they arrived at the same time and left at the same time or similar. And the fact that the crash records show that only one child was booked in and one child was booked out, you know, Jerry would book Maddie in, and there was no record of him booking her out. And yet Russell didn't book his daughter in, but booked her out. You know, it's since 2008, I started questioning the one child in and one child out. And it wasn't until a couple of years ago that I had a light bulb moment. And I thought, oh my goodness, how easy for them would it have been to arrive at the same time? Because keeping in mind, the crash was just 14 kids 14 children in the one room, and lots of little 3-year-old girls with blonde hair, apparently, we've been told. And do they really know all their names? Do they? Everybody, it wasn't like 9 to 4 or something. Everybody arrived at different times and picked them up at different times. It was not totally organized in any specific way to be reliable to make when they were there. So what I think they did is that Russell would send his daughter into the crash and Jerry would walk in along with her, so that the week later, when the nannies were asked,
sorry, hang on a second. Jerry would walk in with who, though? You said Jerry would walk with her.
With his daughter, with Russell's daughter.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
And Russell would send his daughter in and Jerry would walk in with her. So it appeared to the nurses, to the nannies, that this child was Jerry's. And so a week later, when the nannies were asked, did you see Maddie? They'd say, yeah, we spoke to her dad and yeah, we saw her come in. They wouldn't necessarily have known it was Maddie. It was his, I believe that's how they got away with the crash for the week, for the couple of days when Maddie wasn't around. So that was a major light bulb moment, because if I'm going to presume or say or claim that I believe Maddie died, well, she died, but something happened to her earlier in the week, it's my responsibility to explain how they got away with the crash and people seeing her. And I believe that's how they did it. And I've studied and got every single statement, and I've studied it in depth, and nothing has ever come up that I question the research that I did. And if it did, I would look at it and say, oh golly, I was right. Nothing has ever questioned it. So
okay,
that's what I believe.
I'm not gonna question you. I'm asking you with utmost respect.
Of course, that's okay.
So I've been making some notes here, and I've got you mentioned that Madeleine was going into the creche between. Can you actually can you tell me what day it was that Madeleine was missing? Was it Tuesday morning or Tuesday evening?
Thursday.
Oh, was it Thursday?
Thursday night, yeah.
Right, let me just jot this down. So Thursday evening, that's when it all kicked off. Right, fair enough. Now I've made a note here from Sunday to Tuesday morning at the creche. Was that when Madeleine alone, as opposed to the kids, went to the creche?
Well, the creche was available to them all week.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly Maddie, they could go in the morning. I think they had to pay extra if they went for a full day. They had one half a day free. And Maddie and this other child both went supposedly all week. But as I say, I don't believe that after Monday, Maddie was there. And the way they arranged to make sure that the nannies thought they saw her, they
Lizzie, sorry, apologies. I'm just going to pick up on some. You said Monday Madeleine wouldn't have been in the creche.
No, I said after Monday. And the reason I say after Monday is because I don't know. She might not have been there Monday, but I don't know from my research that starts with the discrepancies starting on Tuesday morning. I mean, major discrepancies. Something was wrong by Tuesday. So she may have been there Monday. She may not have been. Supposedly she was taken out at one point. I mean, there was lots of stuff. But from Monday, she would have, they would have had to explain Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And I believe they did that to show that she was alive by allowing the nannies to think they saw Madeleine, because they associate Jerry with Madeleine with this. But actually, it was this other child that looked 3 months different, same color hair. And they both had very, very different personalities. There's the other issue. Madeleine was very outrageous, and the Russell's child was very, very shy and timid and clung to his legs. And this is why when somebody says, yeah, we saw Maddie, she was clinging to his dad's leg. I mean, is that not a little red flag there? And the fact that all of the nannies claimed that she was, all of Ocean Club staff say that she was shy. I mean, most of them. That's very odd, because Maddie was very not shy. Okay. And but the other child was. So it kind of fits in with the thought that they were mistaken. It wasn't a child that was put in as a substitute. It's just that they managed to manipulate it so people thought that Jerry was her father. Okay.
Sorry, Lizzie, I'm not honestly not trying to catch you out on anything. It's just for my own.
Okay.
It's just for my own understanding. So I'm not trying to catch you out on anything. Just.
For me, and I don't actually know if there's anybody. I should really listen to some of the other questions, but the reason I find it interesting to talk to you, and obviously you haven't gone deeply into the case, but it gives me the opportunity to talk about the things that somebody like yourself, who hasn't gone deep into the case, is asking, and I think that's important to address those. So I'm really happy to have been able to discuss those with you.
Sure. What seems absolutely shocking is from what you're saying is, from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Madeleine, am I correct in saying, from what you're saying, is from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all the way to Thursday when she was reported missing? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, she wasn't there, as in she wasn't at that resort. She was gone.
Well, it's not about not being at that resort. It's about, there's a strong possibility, I believe, that something happened to her.
Yeah.
We know that she died.
Mhm.
According to the police files, she died. I personally have never speculated on what day. I tried to find out the last day she was proven as seen, which was Sunday. And I saw contradictions start on Tuesday. So I've always believed that sometime between Sunday afternoon and Tuesday morning is when something happened. But no, she could have been fatally ill. She might have died. I really don't know. So, you know, it was just that they had to cover it up during the week. And it's, you know, it's interesting to talk to somebody who doesn't actually know a lot about the case. Certainly Netflix is not the place to actually learn it, but certainly you've gained you've gained a lot from watching it, and that's really good because it's given you the interest. And I'm hoping that you're going to go away from here and start listening to Truth of the Lie. And absolutely, I would love if you could listen to Mark Selnokonoko's podcast. It's called Maddie, and then you know, once you've got some of that information, and I'd love to hear what your thoughts are afterwards. You know, I that would really interest me. So I'm hoping you'll be able to come back and do that.
I would love to keep this conversation going. How would I get back in touch with you, Lizzie, if I was to watch the Mark Sukana whatever it is, podcast?
You still said it better than I do.
He did. Well, you're not going to lose me, Gavin.
Carrie, can you say my surname?
Yeah.
Go for it. Go.
Well, I originally pronounced it Scrimgour, but you said it's.
Yeah.
Oh, you're close. Yeah.
But the G is actually a J sound, right?
It's a D.
Oh.
The G is actually a D.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's Scrimgeour.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I was close, but I don't get close with Mark's name.
Scrimgeour.
Yeah. Have you watched Braveheart?
No.
Well, okay.
And I haven't either.
I don't watch those kind of movies, but I'm just gonna call you Gavin. Is that okay?
Yeah, me too.
That's absolutely perfect with me. Fantastic.
So what don't worry about getting in touch with me, Gavin. I'm easy to get in touch with. Either I'd suggest that you join our Facebook group, Heidi Ho Controversy. I'm sure Carrie is putting the link in almost as we speak. I don't like to change people's opinions. I like to give them, or we in the group like to give them the links so that they can make the decisions for themselves. So that's a good way of contacting. And of course, once you're in there, you can always, ask questions of Cherry, who does a great job. And, I think, I'm not sure, but I think she may be bumping up all the old posts according to what we've been discussing. She does an absolute great job. I am so blessed with my admin there, and Helen and Linda, and of course, Kerry. So, they would help you. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here every week.
Sorry, Lizzie. I'm not actually on Facebook.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be here every week.
However, so how then would I get in touch with you if I'm not on Facebook? How would I?
Well, you catch me here. I'll be here. I'm trying to do every week. I mean, we missed a few
Okay.
over Christmas, and I really apologize to those that I didn't appear on January the 9th, which I'd claimed the 8th. So I was wrong in that. But anyway, we're here now. So you can get me on here. You
Okay.
can, okay, you say you're not on Messenger. Are you on Messenger?
What messenger? See, Lizzie, if you were to add an @gmail.com to my name, you would get my email address.
Okay, I'll Shirley.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Thank you.
Can you remind me, please?
Yeah. Carrie
And,
too. We're gonna put that in our chat right now so you don't forget.
Yeah. And also, just please note that I get so few emails that I'm not great at checking out emails unless I know I'm waiting for something like Amazon or something like that. But yeah, but I'll be here. Oh, we're going to try and be here every Saturday, usually at 3:30. I was a bit late today for circumstances beyond my control because I didn't think it was going to work until I did something technical. I managed the technical bit and it worked. Shirley, we did it.
We did.
So yeah, if you just pop back. Oh, there you go. You must have done that, Shirley, right?
I did that on accident. Sorry.
Oh, you can put the others up. But yeah, because I want to see if there's any other questions that people want to ask. But thank you so much, Gavin. I've enjoyed talking to you. And like I say, I really appreciate talking to somebody who is kind of not sure. And I mean, please don't, everything I will say to you, I believe is fact, and I can give you the link for it. My conclusions come from those facts. But it doesn't mean you have to blindly believe me. I don't want anybody to blindly believe me. If you hear me and what I say and you think, okay, just go check it out, because you can go in controversy and Carrie and Cherry and Helen and Linda would help you out there to confirm it. Please make sure you confirm it before you start saying it to other people. You know, I just absolutely believe that you need to check for yourself.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this. You know, I'm not a COVID denier, but there are things you need to ask. You need to ask questions, and the Facebook and social media are kicking you off for asking perfectly reasonable questions. Now, and this is the thing, because as a rational person, you have to think to yourself, why, you know, how could this be done? You know, you have children yourself, you've been on holiday, you think to yourself, you know, how could a child go missing and be gone for so long and be wrapped up in so much media chaos, if you like? It's one of these things. It's just, it's unfathomable that these things happen. It's incredible. And Lizzie, can I just take you back? You said that you believed that, correct me if I'm wrong, poor Madeleine was missing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then reported on Thursday. I mean, if that is the case, that is absolutely horrific. I mean, it's horrific. I mean,
this is the point, Gavin, that I'm trying to make is, were the parents complicit? Did something happen to Madeleine earlier in the week? I absolutely believe yes. And did they get everything sorted so that Thursday was where they attempted to turn it into an abduction. And when you look at the logic of this abduction at 10 o'clock at night, and you're thinking, how could, if they went to the tapas at 8:30 and the abductions, and let's say Madeleine was alive,
Yes.
at that point, so they went to the tapas at 8:30. Jerry went to see her at 9:05. How on earth could you explain how he found her? Let's say he found her dead. How could he find her and she's died, and 5 minutes later he's out on the street talking to Jez Wilkins, and then he goes back to the tapas, and if she had have died, and let's say she died and he quickly wrapped her up or whatever, I mean, that just it is so improbable. That he would alert everybody else and have the, it doesn't fit. If she died prior to when they went to dinner, it's like, I ask myself, why would they rush to do this all within this time frame? There was no need to rush it. If they were going to choose to pretend there was an abduction, why didn't they do it the day before or leave it till the day after? And that's when I realized, hang on, that's probably what they did. They didn't rush it. This was their planned event on the Thursday. It happened earlier, and they, and they didn't rush it. So if you kind of get what I mean.
Yeah. Well, the person I've just noticed on the display there, the T42, he or she believed that Maddie was on the settee. Yes, that was it. I think she was on the back of the sofa, leaning against the window, and she pushed the sofa back with her feet, and she was crying, fell and banged her head. So banged her head as in it was a fatally banged her head.
Yeah, and that's very, very possible on those tiles.
Yes.
But
then that's an accident. Then surely, that.
Yes, it was. We think to this day it was an accident. But this is Gonzalo Amaral's thought that this is what happened. Now, the question I ask is that he claims, and he can't say anything that is questionable against the files that were released. He can't give his own personal opinion. But he does say that this, and it does fit with the files, the fact that blood was found on the floor. So he believes that maybe she fell off the back of the settee and died, which is, what possibly could have happened. But when he's, if you notice, when you watch the Truth of the Lie documentary, at one point he looks at the bed and says, but the child nobody was sleeping in this bed. Hang on, that means what he's saying is that it wasn't the Thursday. The cleaner would have done the beds Wednesday morning.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So if Maddie was there, this bed would have been ruffled for 2 days because, it was Wednesday morning. He noticed that this bed hadn't been slept in, and he made a point of saying that on the Truth of the Lie documentary. So if you listen to that, watch for that bit, because that tells me he thinks something happened to her before the Wednesday.
Yeah.
Otherwise he wouldn't have said that.
So that comment, according to Miss Fenn's statement, it was the 1st of May she heard the crying. That would have been 2 days before Maddie was reported missing. What's that?
Well, this is what. Pardon?
I'm just wondering who's. Mrs.
No, I was asking Shirley what Shirley was saying.
Sorry.
Were you saying something, Shirley? Oh, I guess not.
No.
This is our Carrie. And what she's bringing up is the fact there was actually 3 times apparently Maddie cried or there was crying episodes. But the one in particular was Mrs. Fenn, who lived in the apartment above, heard crying on the Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And this was what everybody believes could have been Maddie crying for an hour and a quarter from 10:30 to 10:30 until 11:45. And
Sorry, is that AM or PM?
no, that's at night. This is why I think it's a good idea, before we go any further, for you to watch all the Truth of the Lie, probably some videos, and also the podcast, because I want, when I'm replying to you, I want you to be able to kind of get it into your head, and because right now it sounds like you're a bit scrambled with the names and things like that. So it would be great if you kind of got that in place, so that I wasn't confusing you, because I can confuse quite easily. But no, there was this crying for an hour and a quarter, and she believed, and a child saying, "Maddie, daddy, daddy, daddy." Now it's believed, because she was in the apartment above, that it was Maddie. Now, if that could have been the time something happened to Maddie, or it could have been that oh, I've got weird things happening here. It could have been that because Mrs. Fenn's apartment was also over the O'Brien's apartment, it could have been that other children were in there. So we don't know for sure it was Maddie that was crying. But, excuse me, yes, Mrs. Hang on, I need a... I haven't got one. Mrs. Fenn thought she heard Maddie crying and told the police. So,
Lizzie, sorry, are you all right me asking these questions? I mean, what I'm getting is you say I should watch this documentary, but that's fair enough. I will watch the documentary, but are you okay me asking these?
Of course I'm okay with you asking.
Sorry.
What I was trying to say, although we do have to move on to see if there's anybody else's questions.
Absolutely, yeah.
Otherwise I'll get told off. But no, I've told you I'm happy to be talking to somebody who doesn't have a lot of the information, and helping you to cover that. But what also concerns me is that because you haven't got the full information, you may not be understanding me as well as you could if you kind of knew that, the Tapper 7 and all their names, and and the general thing of them being at the crash. So that's why I'm saying would be great if you would do that. And then, we can take it from there and see whether or not you've come to any other conclusions since, since this. But I'd love to hear lots of, questions. And I'm really happy with the questions you've asked, because ultimately it's given me the opportunity to discuss different things that I wouldn't, I'd be sitting here on my own talking to myself, or gone to sleep by now, unless Shirley took over. So no, I'm really happy that you came up, and I really thank you.
Good.
I'm just so happy. I can't believe that there's so many people still in chat. And was there any more questions, Shirley, that you've seen?
Well, there's been a lot of questions, but it's been chat. They've been chatting in there.
Oh, okay.
I've just mostly, it's mostly been just kind of bouncing off what you guys have been talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. So can you do that for me, Gavin? I really want to hear. I really want to hear just the podcast. Obviously you make your own choices. I'm not saying you have to, but I would love if you could listen to the podcast and also the Truth of the Lie documentary. And if you have any trouble finding it, well, Shirley will remind me to email you, and you can catch me in an email, and I'll give you the links. So,
Okay.
and also just look over. I mean, every video that I have done, and people will laugh, but Carrie will confirm that most of them took me about 50 to 70 hours, because this was back in 2011. Everything was manual. I had to do the research. I had to find the research. I had to put it together. I had to put it into the video. And then I had to find a song, because the song tells the story. And people complain about the music. I'm sorry. If I didn't have that song, there would be no video. And I think we've got about 15 million views. I don't think I'm totally wrong. But if everything was as perfect factually as I could get it. And I tell you, it stood the test of time, because it's only very, very occasionally I see a slight mistake, or, even after 10 years now. Yeah. 10 years of videos. And I'm really happy that I took that time to make sure. I mean, I remember I'd have to listen to it, a 10-minute video. To edit it, I'd listened probably 100 times. I mean, that's how much I was careful about it. So I really stand by every video that I have there, and there's about 400. So I hope you'll have a look and let us know what you think. That would be absolutely great.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's great of you.
Lizzie, there's a question on the screen from Emily.
Okay. Hi, Emily. Thanks for being here, Emily, as well as everybody else. If Maddie was abducted, why were the stories changed so many times? And I guess you're talking about the McCanns, who changed everything, because basically it had to fit. I mean, if you just take the one instance that I mentioned earlier, that Jerry claimed that he came on his interview the following morning, he claimed that he went in through the front door using the key. He remembers using the key and went into the apartment that day. And yet on May the 10th, he claimed that, oh no, we came in through the patio doors. And as I mentioned before, this is part of why the stories changed, because they had to fit the scenario. And the scenario was that because the shutters weren't gemmed and proven to be not gemmed, they needed a means of entrance. And if the door was locked and the patio doors were locked, how on earth could an abductor get in? So what's the easiest thing to do is to suddenly change it to, no, I came in through the patio doors. The patio doors were open. A lot of bull twaddle as far as I'm concerned. So that's why they did that with so many things. And that's why the statements, I believe, changed. So did Kate change her statement? They both, yes. In one instance, they were discussing about the crying. There was a crying episode, supposedly on Thursday morning, where Madeleine had come to them and had been crying, and asked why they didn't come to her last night. And Kate gives the interview saying, well, it was nothing. She just shrugged her shoulders and walked off. And Kate did a gurney on her mouth, which is just totally disgusting when you're talking about, something like that. But in her actual statements, the following morning, they both claimed it was that the twins were crying. It wasn't Maddie, it was the twins that were crying. Both of them made the same statement on the Friday. But on the 10th, the following week, Kate supposedly wasn't interviewed, although she did actually go for the interview, which we know. But Jerry, in his interview, said that it was Sean and Maddie that were crying, not the twins. I mean, and then Kate, Kate in her, sorry, in her September interview, claimed it was Sean. And that's kind of major, because why would they suddenly change it from the twins into Sean and Maddie? I mean, there's a reason behind that, and people have come up with many reasons. So yes, I mean, I'm sure there's lots of other discrepancies in her statements, but that's one that comes to mind immediately. So what's this, Lorraine? I believe Kat Baker gave false statements missing before that date. Kate was the one crying, Maddie, not Daddy. I also believe they couldn't let Maddie's body be found. Well, as far as Kate, it has been discussed, and I certainly thought of it as well, about, you know, it was Kate shouting, Maddie, Maddie, Maddie. It could have been. I mean, Mrs., you know, if her voice, you know, sounded similar to a child, which Mrs. Fenn claimed it was. I also thought that maybe if they were looking after the children in one apartment, which is what Paulo Rebello suggested, then it could have been, and if this was after something had happened to Maddie, which, you know, was the Tuesday night, so it could have been after, it may have been one of the other children that was were crying. So we know there was crying, we just don't know who. So, oh, I've lost my questions. I was still answering them, Shirley.
Okay, hold on. I'll find it.
Oh dear, it's hard to get good help, isn't it?
What you get what you pay for.
Yeah, exactly. No, you are wonderful.
That's the right one, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I believe Kat Baker gave false statements. Oh, missing before that date. Oh, that's the second. Okay, I believe Kat Baker gave false statements. I'm someone who supports. I've always supported Kat Baker. I don't believe she gave, in her early statements, I don't believe she was saying anything that was wrong. It's what she believed. In fact, she barely even mentioned Maddie in it. She barely got into detail about Maddie in her first statements. What happened was that in November, she went to visit the McCanns. Now, curiously, they had a secret meeting in November, which wasn't put into the media. We discovered it, and it's very possible, and I absolutely don't believe that Kat Baker had any involvement as such. But what I do believe, and Jerry is the prime example of how he can manipulate, is that they possibly sat round a table and they said, oh, you remember, Kat? You remember when we had high tea and Jerry was playing tennis and I was wearing my jogging outfit? You know, I think they planted in her mind some of the things she said in her rogatory statements. And in actual fact, at the high tea, the last night, the Thursday night at 5 o'clock, 5:30, when they had high tea, Catriona Baker did not mention seeing Maddie. I think that would shock everybody to know that. But if you read her statement about high tea, she mentions Kate being with the twins. She doesn't mention Kate is with the Maddie. She doesn't mention Maddie. So that's quite a shocker to a lot of people. Missing before, I think, was another question on that last one.
I thought you were done. Good Lord.
Oh, I think that's funny. Yeah, I've mentioned, that I thought she was missing before, and I'm sorry. There was one last
There.
one that I can't. Yeah, I also believe they couldn't let Maddie's body. Oh, absolutely not, and that might have something to do with either the fact of what Gavin. And by the way, Gavin, thank you so much. I see you've disappeared off. Hopefully, no, it wasn't me because I didn't touch my mouse.
It wasn't me.
I was going to say, I hope it wasn't Shirley.
I've been over here messing up the comments, so it wasn't me.
But thanks so much, Gavin. That's I really enjoyed chatting with you there. So Lorraine Burks, hi Lorraine, and thank you for being here. The false statements. Oh, hang on, that was the one before. Well, it's still nice of you to be here. Yeah. That they couldn't let Maddie's body be found, and yeah, as I got distracted there, that there could be reasons, and I believe it was a really, really big reason that they couldn't let Maddie's body be found because, let's just say, think of the Gasper statements, think of what Gavin said about the fact that they may have issued her stronger drugs than what anybody knew. So yeah, and I do believe, or I think, I don't believe, I just think, knowing that she seems to have been transported from a freezer and with fluids leaking over the tire, meaning there was decomposition, so it would have been quite a ride in the hot for that to happen. So possibly from on July 28th, before the dogs came in, which is the day they stopped going to visit the triangle, that was the date that they moved her body before the dogs came in. And where would she be in that state? I mean, we checked out crematoriums. We really don't know. It could have been something to do with the acid lake in Huelva, but like I say, they've taken bodies from out of there, so I don't think it would be to kind of hope that she disappeared in the lake. But there is another lake that I believe was looked at, and I featured it in one of the videos. Began with B. I can't remember the actual name of the lake, but there was thoughts that she might have been there. So who knows? But they certainly they didn't want the body found. So Kat Baker could not recall Palumbo. Hiya, Palumbo. Kat Baker could not recall Madeleine being in the creche Sunday morning. Yeah, no, that's true. But it was Ella who wasn't in the creche Sunday. So is that your link to Ella being thoughts of Madeleine? It's actually not. I don't make thoughts based on connecting her that one is there and one isn't, so much as the fact that it's more confirmation of what I'm thinking. The confirmation being that it was, if from Catriona Baker's eyes, if by the end of the week she was thinking that this other child was Maddie, then when she was interviewed, she'd say, yes, I don't remember seeing her there Sunday. So in that case, that's where I would have, it kind of confirms what I'm saying, that she may have thought it was that it was Maddie that wasn't there on Sunday. So if Maddie did go Sunday, and maybe even Monday, would, knowing that the children were dropped off and picked up at random times, would Catriona remember her visually compared to, you know, all the other blonde girls. I know for a fact, and this is, I mean, only those that know me know that it could be a fact. I have worked with people for 6 months and I still can't recognize them between each other. And I do not remember them when somebody says, "Oh, you know, so and so worked there." And I'll say, "No." In fact, I'm so bad. I remember when I first came to Canada, I took a temp job at a golf course place. And the girl that was working with me as temps, she was English. I didn't even know she was English. I mean, that's a bad. I'm kind of clueless in lots of ways. But anyway, I think we've confirmed actually with Kerry that her son was going to a nursery school, and the teachers didn't know his name either. So that's how they got away with it. I think everybody presumes that, okay, they arrived, they know all their names. No, I don't think it was like that. So hopefully that answered the question that I can't see anymore. So
I'm just going to throw this in there, and I don't know if this has ever been discussed, but I actually worked in a daycare a long time ago. And, you know, it was separated out in rooms. You had the infants, you had the toddlers, then the preschool, and then the school age kids. I only knew the kids by name, the ones that were in my room. I mean, you know, we would have to switch out on being up front when kids get signed in, but you know, the other kids, I recognize them because I've seen them, but I didn't know them by name either. So it's totally possible. I mean, I think a lot of people think that, you know, you work in something like that, you are going to know all the kids, but especially if there's a lot, and you're assigned to a certain age group, you don't know all the other kids. So that makes perfect sense to me.
yeah, and think about it. If 14 kids, Catriona was new, 14 kids. She was in charge of about 7, but they were all in the same room. There was the 2 nannies. 14 of these children come in, 3 years old or whatever, close to. And so you've got, let's just say there's 7 little girls there. So if Maddie was one of them, and Russell's child was not one of them on the Sunday, actually, and you didn't see one of them again, would you really remember that? Would you really have remembered all of them visually and say, there was that girl that came on Sunday or Monday morning that I don't remember since?
Right. Yeah,
You know,
that's the other thing is these are vacation kids. So they're not even like an everyday thing. They're only there for a certain period of time, and they may not even come every day. And you know,
exactly.
honestly,
Dropped off at different times. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
This is where I think a lot of people don't feel the same as me, because they say, well, they'd know she had, you know, they'd know her name, they'd know she wasn't there. But in reality, and I did phone to confirm this with a nursery near me, and she said, you know, she said, I will not, even after a long time, she says, I will not allow my children to be picked up unless I can see that it is the parents myself. Because she said, you know, they just don't remember the names, and you know, she can't trust everybody. You know, that's just something she had in place, because the nannies did not remember all the names of everybody. So anyway, that was that. But yeah, Kerry confirmed it for me when she told me that even after, I think, 6 months, her son was not, they couldn't remember his name. Anyway, so, okay, we've got Emily again. Murat put himself into the case for his ability to speak Portuguese and English. I don't necessarily know if he played any part in the case. He was never convicted. A bit of both.
It's a new word.
yeah, we should save that one. My thoughts on him: he was definitely, without question, a fall guy for the McCanns. He for some reason, Kate was out to get him, and they claimed that he was there well, forget the bit about the fact that everybody saw him there that night. He wasn't there that night. But Kate claims that she met him at 11 o'clock that night outside the back of the apartments. It's been shown that his computer has been checked, and he was actually looking at pornography. There's another word.
There's another one. We're just going to make a whole new dictionary.
Oh my goodness. I believe anyway that it was pornography. Jeez. But there was more to it, that Kate was really out to get him, and they wanted to bring him in as being a suspect, even though there was nothing to indicate what he was. And this is such a sad thought on this. And there was one other little thing that cropped up years later. And again, I can't remember his name, but oh golly, he did some of the Panorama documentaries, a well-known chap anyway. And he admitted to Robert Murat that he was approached by, I can't remember who, by somebody on Team McCann to give them inside information on Robert Murat. And this was long after it had happened. This was like one of the documentaries down the road. In fact, it was only a few years ago. Now, why is that? They were still trying to fit Robert Murat up. He refused, of course, but that's quite alarming to think. And then they must have been upset that he actually admitted it. I think they took the documentary down. I, of course, have it. But how about that? Approaching a respected interviewer and asking him to bribing him, basically. I've forgotten. I think they bribed him with something, and to give them the lowdown on Robert Murat, and he didn't, and he just exposed it. So that's quite alarming. So no, I don't think I don't think Robert Murat had anything to do with it. I mean, find me something to show that he did. I've never seen anything. Did the dogs alert in Murat's basement, or am I wrong about that? I think it's safe to say no. There was nothing that I ever saw that alerted to the fact that Robert Murat was involved. And I mean, there's always the possibility my opinion is wrong, but because remember, I focus mostly on timelines and stuff. So this is in the general area. I don't, I've seen nothing. And I did take time to study a little bit because I was so upset with people accusing him and putting him through what he was going through. And he did actually receive, he did actually sue them and received, I think, was it 375,000, which he wouldn't have got if he was involved. The police thought he was because he did act. Yeah, Richard Bilton. Thank you, Carrie. He did actually act weird. But initially it was, I mean, if you look at the fact that it was this, that morning, and I can't remember her name, who was it who initially the following morning suggested that he seemed weird and suggested that he was involved. There was this friend of the McCanns. They did it straight away. They tried to involve him, and there was so much other stuff after where Kate was really, really out to get him. They really wanted him involved, and thankfully, but it ruined his life. And his mum was so lovely, and she said that always made me laugh because they wanted to do a reenactment, which of course the McCanns wouldn't do, but I laughed and I thought, okay, so if they do a reenactment, what does Robert Murat do? Because he was sat at home with his mum. And that kind of wouldn't help, right? But anyway, that was my mind. But could have Robert Murat been mistaken for Mr. Symington, the Ocean Country Estate manager? The Ocean Country Estate sales is next to the crash where Madeleine stayed. And yes, absolutely, Mr. Symington was there, looking very similar, as does David Payne. And one thing to keep in mind that a lot of people may not remember is David Payne's photo was not released for some time. And he very much looked like Robert Murat. Like the three of them looked similar. And actually, there was a chap at the time, Dixon Cox, who actually was the bloke who was one of my biggest adversaries in the Maddie case. And he was out to get me and nasty and whatever. He even took my group away from me when I had the original controversy group. But he was actually a nice chap. He was just looking after his mum and had nothing to do. But anyway, he did a lot of satire stuff. And one of the pictures he did was a GIF of where Robert Murat morphs into David Payne. And you could absolutely see the comparison. In fact, he looked, I think you could use Eric Morecambe as well. So yes, Symington definitely is somebody that people could have seen, or they could have seen David Payne and thought it was him too. So, because his photo, curiously, was not shown for quite some time after, that really stood out to me. Jane Tanner supposedly identified Murat as the Tanner Man. She was taken to in a van and asked to watch him. Again, this is something which others would know more about the details of that, because it wasn't, part of my timeline research. But yeah, there was something about her sitting in a van, and they tried to get her to identify him, and probably she did. I don't know. There was a lot more involved in that, which my memory isn't great on that. So if it's something that you'd really like me to check out, then, and I can address it maybe next week, maybe Shirley can remind me.
Got it.
Oh dear.
I'm getting my clicky pen and my notepad, and I'm ready to go.
Oh yeah, you need that. Yeah, I've got one, but am I using it? No. Why would I use it? I just want to show it. Oh, forget it. I'm sorry. I'm going off on a tangent.
Oh yeah, I started that. Sorry about that.
What actually happened after Kate took the last photo of Madeleine? Well, this last photo of Madeleine, what happened? What actually happened? I mean, we don't know what actually happened after Kate took the last photo, because I believe it was taken on the Sunday. On the Thursday, at the time that the last photo was taken, Jane Tanner and and isn't it awful when you get old? If I forget a word, I can usually try and work round the word, but when it's a name, I'm totally stuck. Rachel. Jane and Rachel were supposedly playing tennis. Jane says that Maddie was yelling at them through the fence. This was at the time the last photo was supposedly taken. Maddie was there and she was yelling through the fence. Now, curiously, Jane was playing tennis with Rachel. Rachel had wrongly claimed that she'd seen Maddie that morning in the mini tennis, but it wasn't Maddie's group that was playing mini tennis. Rachel would have seen a group of children. So was she trying to place her alive at that moment? That's my belief she was. Curiously, she said playing tennis in the morning was the last time she saw Maddie. So she couldn't have seen her while she was supposedly playing tennis with Jane. Personally, I think it was a total setup that Rachel wasn't there. Well, they may have been playing tennis, but certainly the McCanns weren't there, Maddie wasn't there, and I think it was more of a setup to place Maddie alive at the last photo. And that's why I think Jane said that she saw Maddie, because it was exactly the right time. So as far as the last photo goes, I mean, this is how great my admin are, that one of them who went to Praia de Luz with her children, she took, she had me on the other end asking her to, can you take a picture from there? Because I wanted to see the exact position that Maddie is in. And I think we often presume she was over to the left. You know, we see the tree behind and the building, that she was off center. But in reality, after spending, oh my golly, so long and Helen taking so many pictures and asking her daughter to move along to the left, move along to the right, you know, count this amount of, I actually finally did get the right location and a photo of pretty much exactly where Maddie was. And she was actually right dead center to where the pathway to the pool was. And the little black thing that everybody says, questions, that was the little, at the time, the little depth thing, the depth, whatever. So that was just an aside. But thanks, Helen. I mean, she was so patient with me. You know, can you move for this? and she's got everybody looking at her, wondering what she's doing. I mean, this is what admin do. I mean, we really put everything into it. And Helen did that day too. So are there any updates on Christian? Oh, golly. I was hoping you wouldn't ask. I had plans on updating myself. I've never really followed him. I know that I'm absolutely positive he wasn't involved. And you should, T for two, you should listen to Mark Sonokonoko's podcast on which Kerry will give you a link to. They've taken her. It's the one episode. They've still got other episodes to come, but they released that one episode. And if you want anything to know about whether Christian Bruckner is worth following, just listen to the episode and then you'll realize that no, it's not even worth your time of day to listen. But I was going to check, but I got involved with other stuff. Let's say a lot of you will understand. And I didn't have time to check on it. So I apologize. There was a mention in another apartment, apparently. Though I saw a question about the apartment that people were seeing going into. Again, it's not timeline stuff. So other people know a lot more than me on that, but it could have been the apartment I mentioned earlier about where Jerry and Kate, where Madeleine might have been in the freezer. Gonzalo Amaral has admitted that they weren't able to get in the apartment and there could have been a freezer in there, but somehow it disappeared. And this might be the apartment that Jerry and Kate helped the drunken chap to his apartment. So that's all I can really say on that. So I'm not overly knowledgeable about any more on that. I'm still confused about the freezer. Where was the freezer? Well, they believe that Gonzalo Amaral believes that Madeleine's body was frozen because ultimately when the dogs alerted to the cars, it's not in the files, but if Gonzalo Amaral says it, I absolutely believe him, that there was fluids that leaked over the wheel well and onto the curb. Now, here's another... Oh, no. Oh, we're getting into the cubby, Carrie. There is another issue, and as researchers and my admin, we really look to the details. And it happened that... Helen had a car that was exactly the same as the McCanns. So I wanted to find out how this fluid could have leaked over the empalada, I think it was called, in case Fernando's still here. Was it the empalada or something like that? Anyway, they'd leaked over the wheel. So we had Helen check out all the back, and there is a little cubby hole that you can pull out, and it's where I think you store the oil and stuff. And there is a little hole above it, you know, which I think goes to the outside, which is where something possibly could have dropped from. Helen tried with water in other areas, and I don't think, excuse me, that there was anything that actually leaked any other place. So this is definitely something which we really, really researched. And it's where the dogs alerted. But again, it was just us doing research. Nothing really happened on that. So because we know that there was a freezer used, according to Gonzalo, and he suggests that it was in this apartment and then moved, and the body was still frozen at the point that they moved it just before the dogs came. So I believe, like I say, I believe that's when they actually moved her, was just before the dogs came. There's a lot more involved, but I won't get into that. Could be the freezer or whatever, be in the church. No, I don't believe it was in the church. The only suggestions that Gonzalo had was that there was some strange people going into the church one night. And to cut the story short, I think there was the suggestion that Madeleine may have been buried in somebody else's casket. So that's something that somebody else would have to discuss, because I really didn't go into the details of that or how credible. And Gonzalo himself said nothing of what he says is what happened. He's just going through different scenarios. And I think it's important to recognize that. He's going over different scenarios according to the police files and what they know. His opinion might be very different, you know. So, but this was just one possible scenario. So, I don't think there was a freezer actually in the church. No. The church certainly could play an important part, because I think one of the most important parts was what's his name? I've done it again, haven't I? The priest there. Not Father Seddon, that was the original priest who they did a dirty on. Oh no, that was Pacheco, Father Pacheco. Seddon was their personal priest, I think, from Britain, maybe. Anyway, who's the priest that was the husband and wife, who really, I believe, were part of the cover-up. The McCanns were given keys to church that they could use at any time. I mean, yes, there's always a possibility that the church was involved in some ways, and they denied even knowing where the church was. I mean, it was silly. But like I keep saying, the information we have from the police files, I believe, is probably 5 to 10% of the overall intelligence of the case. You know, imagine the hours and hours and hours of discussion and interviews and everything. I mean, we know a drop in the ocean about the case. Even though we've got 40,000 pages, we've just got emails and statements and things like that. We haven't got anything of the hours and hours of discussions and intelligence that they actually came up with. So the whole scenario, Hubbard, thanks, Lorraine. Yeah, the husband and wife. In fact, they're actually close to me, near Toronto in Kingston. They have the church there now. But I haven't been, and I don't really plan on it. But maybe the McCanns might be, or if they're still together. I heard signs that maybe they have split up. It certainly looked on one of the anniversaries that they weren't together, but we don't know. We don't do speculation. We just say, well, it's possible. So, yeah, the church ground. Couldn't she be buried there? Well, here we have the thing about the dogs. I mean, you know, the dogs. I've just found a question that I can't think logically on, because my logic tells me that a dog would alert in a cemetery. And, you know, offhand, I'm sure somebody has gone over this and can correct me, because, I mean, if she was buried there and the dog would alert to cadaver, or cadaver, I don't know what everybody else says, but I don't know.
Cadaver.
What did I say?
No, you said both of them. I'm just telling you, I say cadaver. I don't say cadaver or whatever.
Yeah, okay, I say cadaver.
Cadaver, yeah.
It's like without knowing how to say Mark's name, I used to call it the way it's spelt, Suna Kanoko.
That's what I do. Oh yeah. Anyways, but I say cadaver. So,
Yeah.
but you know, they use tracking dogs, but they're not cadaver dogs. But you know, they do tracking dogs for sense for specific people. You know, you get an article of the clothing, you have the dog, you know, smell the scent. But I don't know. So you see what I mean? If they used a dog like that was looking for just her scent, then I don't know how that would mess things up by going into a cemetery, because I mean it's supposed to be looking just for her and not for cadaver. But if she had you know, was decomposed or under the ground, I don't know if those kind of dogs can find that.
Yes, it's a question.
We need to find a dog expert, because there's so many questions.
Yes, and I am in touch with one, as you know, but
Yeah.
And he would have come on, but you know that he'd want to come on knowing he's going to be asked specific questions, and he wasn't on the case, so he doesn't want to kind of relay to Maddie,
Right.
because he wasn't on the case. So it's like taking over somebody else's work. But Martin Grime was just absolutely wonderful. And he was kind of upset because I think he's been held back from saying what he wants to say. I think he actually said that, otherwise I wouldn't mention it. He actually said that there was more that he wanted to say, but he couldn't. But yeah, I'm going to check out of total curiosity. I know that cadaver dogs. Yeah, I said it. See, now I'm questioning myself. Cadaver dogs are really great at finding the odor, but I've never questioned if they can separate. How could they separate? They can find something buried 10 foot down. So if they're in a cemetery, of course they couldn't. The logic is that no, they'd only know to bark.
I would think if you have a cadaver dog, you wouldn't want to take them to a cemetery. And I could be totally wrong, but just using, basic information. But if you had a tracker dog.
Oh, yeah, the tracking dog, yeah.
But then that
missing, yeah.
Yeah, it's just looking for her scent. So if she were in the cemetery, but I don't know the tracker dog's capabilities, what they're trained for. Do tracker dogs are they able to track 10 feet down into the ground? Are they able to still pick up the scent if the body has decomposed or is in the process of decomposing? I don't know that much about the tracker dogs. I don't know what their capabilities are.
As long as you're not talking about a trauma dog.
Not talking about a trauma dog. Nice.
I haven't really studied tracker dogs. I would suggest it's very, very superficial scent, I mean, cadaver dogs, as I've shown in one of my videos, they found a man's body 10 foot, three of them, three dogs, all alerted to the same place. And they dug with a dugger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's time I had a comfy cozy. They dug with a digger and they unearthed right down and then found a pile of meat, but they weren't interested in the meat.
Right.
And when they dug 10 foot down, now if you can imagine with a digger digging 10 foot down, not knowing why these, I mean, the fact they didn't give up is great. And yes, there was a man wrapped in a carpet underneath the meat, 10 foot
Yeah,
down. The cadaver dog.
I read a story where tracker dogs, they can find them even in water, like in lakes.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
so
talking cadaver
not the
dogs.
tracker, I'm sorry, the cadaver dogs, not the tracker dogs. The cadaver dogs can find human remains even in water. So it's kind of amazing what they can do, but I don't know about the tracker dogs.
Yeah, they really are something else. And I mean, Martin Grimes' dog Eddie and Keela were the best. I mean, they got paid so much, something like 300 and something a day. I mean, I'm just pulling that figure out of the air. I know it was somewhere around that figure. I mean, they were great dogs. And Martin went on to work with the FBI. I mean, he was well respected, and in fact, there was a case in the States, the Bianca Jones case, where there was a kind of a similarity. It was the father was accused of murdering his daughter Bianca, and they brought Martin Grime in with his dog Morse. By this time, Eddie and Keela, I guess, Eddie had died, probably Keela. So he brought Morse in, and it was there were similarities to the McCanns, where Morse alerted to the car, he alerted to the apartment, and he alerted to something else, clothes maybe. And they never found poor Bianca, rest in peace. They never found her body. But at the trial, Martin Grime testified, and they said he gave evidence that was key in convicting this man. His evidence was key. It was taken in a case. We've always believed, oh no, cadaver dogs, you can't use them in a court case. But yes, it was key evidence apparently in this particular case. So that's, a lot of people don't realize that, you know, that's a possibility. Whether I don't, we all, I hate to say it, we all hope that one day and that they have a trial and the truth comes out. And in that trial, 14 days after Maddie disappeared, the Tapper 7 and others all went into a court and gave evidence, witness statements that were sealed at the time. And a memory of the future, I think it's called. And they were sealed and not to be brought out unless there's a trial. And probably Mrs. Fenn, who's now passed away, and others, and it can be brought out. Now, would that not be interesting over and above a general trial for the McCanns? That would be something. And I think this is all part and parcel of why it's taken so long and why the British police are still hanging in, because I think the Portuguese police know what happened. I think they've got all the evidence they need. They absolutely do. But I don't think they have the proof that is the smoking gun. You know, that the one thing they did say, one of them did say, I can't remember who it was, that they needed either the body or somebody to confess. And but I believe that it will happen, and I believe the reason I believe it will happen, because I believe or hope that Operation Grange keeps grabbing money each year not because they're searching for Maddie, but because they can't do anything until the Portuguese police close the case. You know, that's why I believe the British police are hanging in. You know,
But then why won't they approve for that DNA to be the DNA information to be given to be looked at? I forgot his last name. I know it's Mark something. What's his last name?
Mark Selnokonoko.
No, that's the podcast guy.
Oh, Mark Perlin.
Yes, him. You know, I mean, I'm sure his offer to go over the reports is probably still there, you know, and we talked about this where he said he doesn't even need samples of the DNA. He just needs the reports from it, and he can enter that into his system and come out with, you know, what they need, but they won't give it to him. I don't know. So again, why?
Well, that actually there is two sides to that. If you look at my scenario that I just said, that I believe that the Portuguese have all the evidence they need. Now, keeping in mind, the Portuguese are not police are not just relying on the forensics from Birmingham, which are questionable. They also sent stuff to their Portuguese forensics. And one of the things they did send there, which is not well known, is that the dogs were sent to the apartment on, I think, was it the 31st of July? But anyway, they went back to the apartment on August the 4th, I think it was. And that's when the tiles were picked up. You know, the forensics found blood on the tiles. And the tiles were picked up that day, which is why Lino, one of the officers' blood, ended up under the tile. So if you hear about blood under the tile, that was his blood, the officer. But on that date, they brought the dogs in again, and Eddie alerted to cadaver odor on the balcony outside of the McCann's bedroom on the veranda, and they found hairs. Now, this is not something that went to Britain, that forensics. This went to Portugal. So there is so much that they had from that was actually tested in Portugal. They may have all the forensic evidence that they need. It's very possible. And that's why they don't need any more. It's very possible. I think as far as the Portuguese police go, can't be sure, but certainly somebody who's trying to cover it up wouldn't want Mark to come along and do the forensics. So there's two sides to it. You know, it could be that the Portuguese police are just waiting to get the body or a confession. They have all the forensic evidence they need. You know, and well, why would one of the top cops say, we just need either find it. The only thing that we need is finding the body or where it is, and a confession or a confession. So,
well, don't you honestly think at this point, though, finding a body isn't actually even going to do any good? So they're going to have a body. It's not going to tell who put her wherever they find her, who, you know, what happened to her, unless it's really obvious, like she, you know, if she did fall on the couch or something. But there's not going to be able to have any testing for, you know, if she had any drugs in her system or anything like that.
yeah. Yeah.
So it kind of seems like they need a confession.
Well,
a body.
Also the location might be an indication. I mean, if they were to find a location that they know that the McCanns are at. I mean, I personally, as I've mentioned, I believe that July 28th was the day that Madeleine was moved in the car, and if they themselves knew the same thing, because I mean, I would doubt that I know more than the Portuguese police of their comings and goings. You know, I'm sure that's listed with the police, and they may have the location that they were driving to where it was long enough in the heat that the body actually oh, poor Maddie, I'm sorry to just say it like that.
Yeah, I know.
Maddie's body is uh, that there was fluid that got over the curb. So that could be something if they had the location, they could determine that they could find something. I hope. But basically, if there was a body buried somewhere or somehow, then yeah, that would be one thing that would close the case. And but if one of the friends, doesn't even have to be one of the friends, it could be, I don't know, somebody like John Corner, or you know, one of the others, that, or the priest or whatever, that, you know, who knows. There's a lot of people know the truth, and none of them are talking for good reason. And
Yeah.
if they did, then more could be done. So
I just wonder if it, you know, because I don't know how the legal system works there, but you know, here in the US, you know, they do take a lot of cases to court even without a body, depending on how much circumstantial evidence. Now, I'm not a professional, but it sounds like to me that in this case, there's plenty of circumstantial evidence. I guess I mean, it all always depends on the prosecutor, but
well, I think in this case, it's not so much about that stuff, you know, because Martin Grime was key evidence. His dog was key evidence in putting whatever Jones, Bianca Jones' dad, was him being convicted as guilty. But the difference is he didn't have the might of the best lawyers in
right.
Britain.
Right. And
the cover
that's what makes it, yeah, that's what makes it kind of suspicious, because I mean, not kind of suspicious. It just leads more into helping my belief that, you know, that clearly this wasn't, you know, the parents weren't innocent, and, you know, it was just this tragic event, because there's a lot going on that makes it all just very suspicious.
Absolutely. The cover up is probably one of the big things, but I mean, it's hard to even think why it needed covering up. Now, there was a something that happened, was that there was suspicions that there was something to do with Comair. It was something, I don't know, it was something to do that Jerry was working with them, or I don't know, radiation or something. I'm not sure, but Comair was a big place, a big entity, and I personally, doing my little bit of research on 192 at the time, discovered that one of the people that came out, and I can't remember her name, because a lot of people were used in you know, people coming forward, they were used, you know, that we know that they were put in place. And she came out at one point. Oh, I think Carrie might be able to confirm with me. Was she the one that saw the one that looked like George Harrison? Oh golly, this is not so much memory as memory. Not so much my problem with forgetting words. This is purely my memory, because of being so long since I've looked at that, and I know her name. It's got a C in it. And anyway, they had a great big broadcast on a Sunday afternoon that this was the suspect. And she came out and you know, said, well, it looks like him. Well, looking like him doesn't make him. But anyway, she's so well known as one of the, oh, I'm sure Carrie will come up with it in a minute. But anyway, on my 192 checking, I discovered that the person she was living with worked at Comair. And we were on the Mirror forums at the time. This was way back. So I happened to mention that, I think I happened to mention that. And then another member made a kind of a generic remark towards it, you know, like, oh, really? Or something generic like that. At the time, there was also a thread on high power stuff. I can't remember exactly what it was. So it wasn't just me here, but what happened was immediately the Mirror forum closed the forum we had on the Maddie case. I got a reprimand. I can't remember what it said now, but that they were upset. They were really upset that I'd written what I'd written, which kind of was a bit understandable. But they referred to the person was upset with me. And they also reprimanded this other member who really didn't say anything out of place. So there was something behind that Comair was brought up and that her name was involved with Comair. Kerry still hasn't come up with it, has she? Oh, Cherry was distracting her. I was asking about the one that had the that saw the one that looked like George Harrison, the bloke, and they had a big, it was probably one of the biggest things that happened. And and it was a non issue, but they
come on up.
Pardon?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's okay. I thought you were calling me. Yeah. So anyway, so Comair could have been part of the reason. And I haven't looked into his connection with Comair since that I'm aware of. So that may have something to do with it. And I know he got letters after his name and everything, Jerry McCann. So yeah. So all the reasons. Do you know what? I can't believe, how many times have I heard this before? I can't believe it's 4 hours, Shirley. And I said, we're going to have a little quick one.
You did say that. You said it was going to be a very short one today. No longer than 90 minutes.
Exactly. And look at
But it
me.
was a good one. This was a good one. And I think this works. Me just bringing the questions up instead of throwing them at you.
Yeah. I enjoyed having Gavin up, and I appreciate all the questions and everybody, and knowing Fernanda was there. I don't know if he's still there, but it's good to know I'm seeing new names. I mean, I like the old ones too, don't get me wrong, but some of the new names, I mean, Lorraine, I mean, we know Lorraine, and Revy Green, well, T for two. Emily, of course. Thank you again, Emily, for coming up the other week. And Palumbo.
You have like 69 or 70 viewers, so there's a lot of people that they're probably just listening. So want to thank all of them too.
Thank you to my 69 viewers. I do appreciate it. As you can tell, this is my passion. I wasn't going to do it had it not been for Kim and Chris, who encouraged me to do it, and Shirley and others. But
there was a lot that were doing that. Yeah,
as I've mentioned before, I've done 13 years of let me say real research. real time, when I wasn't working. It was like all my time was spent researching and stuff. I wasn't just sitting chatting with people and that. And so I really got into the case. I really understood it. And then I did all the tables, and I mean the thousands and thousands of threads that I've got, collating it all together. So, and the conclusions I've had coming from that. So here I am, sat here, a few months ago, thinking, what? If something was to happen to me, all this knowledge that I have is gonna disappear. And I mean, there's some things that I still haven't discussed that I've discovered. Mind you, I forgot what they are now, but yeah.
There's a suggestion on the screen that you could do some more videos, make some more videos with some of the other stuff.
Oh, that's nice of you to say, Sandra. I think I did start to put one together. I'm pretty busy right now, although I might not be too busy soon.
I was gonna say that you may be, unemployed pretty soon, so you'll have lots of time to get back onto this case.
Well, yeah, and that again, I referred to it earlier, that this major disruptor in that has many Maddie videos and makes a lot of money from another case, but particularly still makes a lot of money from Maddie. And I'm just disgusted with that because nobody else does, but he's all about money. He really doesn't care about the case. And in fact, he calls it, should I say it? He calls himself the world, what is it? The world expert on Maddie.
The world expert. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Well, go for it.
Yeah.
But I certainly would like to make more videos. The only problem that I have with it, slightly, really, because it really shouldn't, I could use some of the old music, is that the rules are different now. And when it was back in 2011, and it's so important for me to choose songs that fit the topic. Because the songs tell part of the story, and I'm not sure that I could do it now in with the rules in 2021.
I didn't know if you did your internet go down, or did you forget what year? I wasn't really sure.
I forgot what year.
I was giving you a chance to recover.
Yeah. I know. Like I say, as soon as there's usually, by this time it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and I've poured out my comfy cozy to keep me going. But right now and the thing that's bothering me, I've got soda, and I'm scared that if I drink it, I'll start to burp. So I've got to own up. I have to own up that one time.
Oh, no.
No, it didn't happen, so it's okay. But
okay.
one week I didn't have any soda, and I didn't have any water, so I had a Kilkenny. So I thought, okay, I'll just drink the Kilkenny because obviously I need something to drink. And then I suddenly realized it was really making me want to. I thought, oh, please don't let me be speaking and have one pop out. Oh my God, that would have been awful. So you can be assured I'll never be drinking Kilkenny when I do a live.
Yeah.
I wasn't really thinking.
Drinks.
I wasn't really thinking when I poured out the soda, that it's going to do the same thing. Not as bad as Kilkenny would anyway. But no, I do have water, but I can't use the water here like tap water. It's like orange, so it's not kind of what you wanna drink. But yeah, so I am going to. I really think, unless there's anything desperate, I really think that everybody has had more than their share.
Yep, I'm just putting up some, Kate B says great live. Pitbull says good live.
Oh, Gail Cooper. Thank you, Cherry, if you're listening, Cherry. Oh, Cherry, she knows it all. They really are great. I mean, if anybody wants to know anything, you pop in Heidi Ho Controversy and just leave a thread, ask a question, and Sherry, Helen, Linda, Kerry will pop on there and get to you right away, and they'll give you every fact that you ever want to know. So please, I'm making work for you, Cherry. Sorry about that. But she's absolutely great. And I didn't know, but when I was doing the lives initially, this is what she's been doing, is she sits in the background on the Facebook page and starts bumping threads that are relevant to what I was talking about. I mean, how great is that?
That's
That is
dedicated. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have some good people.
Yeah, I do. And also lots of good viewers. I don't know. Maybe they're not good viewers.
Most of them are good.
Look at that. I'm scared to say it now. I'm scared to say it.
I'm scared. Did you get super chat? Just kidding.
Yeah. Like, I have to laugh, at that. But no, I got 56 thumbs up.
Wow.
Can you believe that for me?
I mean, I can believe the thumbs up. Let's see how many. Oh, but you only got 3 thumbs down. That's what's more impressive.
3 thumbs down. I think I can name 1 or 2. But, there's 2 thumbs up. Thank you, both of you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
There and checked and lovely. So I think unless there's something else everybody really needs, I think I should really let you get back to your life, because as far as I know, we'll be here next week, 3:30.
Yep.
And I've really enjoyed it. I enjoyed chatting with Gavin. I enjoyed. I know I usually rely on videos I won't say I rely on them. I've spent a lot of time showing you the videos because I think that was more of a to show you what everything is, because I mean, just by talking about the case initially, it really didn't help, but hopefully the videos gave you a lot more insight into everything and allowed us to have a chat today with not one Maddie video. We had the Bridge Over Troubled Water one, which was important for me, but apart from that, no Maddie video, and I haven't even got anything to go out with. They're there, I can see them, but I'm not going to play anything. I think unless there's anything else. Oh,
just want to say hi to Dave. I mean, I'm sure he's been listening, but he just plainly commented, but
Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
Wow.
And you see the comment on the screen?
Yes, I'm just saying, Sally, is it? Oh no, Sally Hopter. Yeah, right.
First time here, though.
I don't usually get those word things, but I got that one. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I'm really quite excited, actually, because I honestly thought we'd only have a few people here, with major things happening around the case. I mean, I've been just overwhelmed with it, but I needed to be here and we made it. I think I finally breathed a sigh a minute before we went live, right, Shirley?
Yep, you did.
I still accidentally had see, trying to remember your name. I had Shirley's avatar, so the two of us look like twins on here.
Yeah. When I got on, I was like, why do you look like me? What's going on here?
Yeah, it's because I've given her the rights to the channel, the StreamYard, so that she can do the same things as I do, so that if I disappear, she can take over and she can tell you all about Maddie.
Right? I can click on comments. That's what I can do. I am nowhere near ready to tell anybody about this. I'm still learning. I'm like Gavin. I have more questions than anything else, but that's okay.
but that's good, and I'm really happy that Gavin took me through and was able to kind of gave me a route to take, because I knew I wanted to find out what people thought, but it's kind of, well, what do you, but no, he gave me the opportunity to be able to discuss different stuff, and hopefully it was helpful. And if it wasn't, well, you can go off now and do what I'm going to do. Right?
Yeah. And you have some homework to do. You have a one question to look into and stuff like that. And thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Armhair. She says she's been listening.
Oh, thank you. Multitasking. I wonder what you're multitasking with. That would be
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know. What you'll be doing, and I'll be watching it very soon.
Mhm.
No, I wish I hang on. I've got a method here, haven't I?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know who's actually watching, but my golly. Armhair, Carrie, Kelly Hopter. Thanks for being here. Crazy Lady. And Davis. I mean, crikey, I'll tell you right now, I would not be reading this name right now, any of these names, if it wasn't for Dave. Could you guess what I'm looking at while I'm reading it? So thanks, Dave.
You're reading
Emily,
a message from Dave, yeah.
Oh, there's me. Kathy Elliston, Happy Thoughts. Well, Happy Thoughts, Carrie, Shirley,
Suzanne,
Hannah. Remember,
I wasn't going to say it. I was going to make you say
it. But they're mods. Let me see. Kath Ellison, Lorraine Burks. Thanks, Lorraine. And thanks, Kath. It's just that I recognize Lorraine's name. Kath Elliston. Hang on, I got to get closer. Oh, Mad Cat Lady. Thank you. Sandra Mullins. Shirley. Sue H. T for 2. And they're still chatting. I mean, that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so. Oh no, it did it. And I'm sorry. I didn't want to mention about thumbs up, because you know what happens? It's a brain thing. It works with me because I always forget to give people thumbs up. If somebody mentions it, I'll give it. Right. So for me to mention it, I thought, oh no, now that other people are going to start adding to it. And I just felt bad because of, never mind. You know where I'm coming from on that.
Yeah, I know. But I also know that, I've been in lives where people are like, don't forget to thumbs up. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. But, so if they didn't want to, they wouldn't do it. It's all good.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So just want to,
good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you. And see you next week.
Yeah, I think we've got everything, have we? So
yeah, we do.
Finished with the. Did I get all the mods?
Yep, you did.
Sure. Good. What would I do without you, Shirley?
You would forget Hannah or Carrie.
And I won't forget to email Gavin.
I've got all that. I've got all that wrote down. I'm gonna send it to you as soon as we're done.
Okay. So big thank you to all. Stay safe. Sorry for those that are going through a tough time. My thoughts are there. So thanks, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, hang on. I've got to find the end broadcast. The red X. Okay, thanks, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye.